हुन्छ. Hello, good morning, everyone. Namaste.
ठिक छ. I think this taping will create a problem. अहिले Low. 1, 2. Low. Check test. ठीक छ.
Hello, check, check.
सर सुरु गरौँ। Namaskar and good morning to all. Now we are going to start the meeting shortly. I would like to request everyone who is outside to get in, and also would like to inform you that we have some overflow rooms as well. So in this floor and also in floor 1, I'd like to request you, in case you have problem in the adjustment in this room, you can also use the overflow room. Okay, respected sirs and madams, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, I would like to welcome you to this School Education Sector Plan Joint Review Meeting 2025. I would like to request the respected Secretary of Education, Mr. Churamadi Paudel sir, to chair this opening session. Thank you for chairing the session, sir. Similarly, I would like to request the Development Partner Focal Point, Mr. Thomas Miller, acting head of the EU delegation to Nepal, to co-chair this morning session. Thank you for co-chairing the session, sir. Now, I'd like to ask permission of the chair and co-chair to proceed with the rest of the agenda. Thank you for your permission, sirs. Now, I would like to request His Excellency Rob Fenn, Ambassador of the United Kingdom to Nepal, to take the chair of guest. Now, I would like to request His Excellency Petri Puhakka, Ambassador of Finland to Nepal, to take the chair of guest. Now, I would like to request Her Excellency Dagny Mios, Ambassador of Norway to Nepal, to take the chair of guest. I'd like to welcome all representatives from different commissions, Joint Secretaries and Director Generals of the central level agencies, delegates from Development Partner Focal Point EU and Co-Focal Point FCDO, heads of Joint Financing Partner Agencies, ADB, Finland, GIFI, World Bank, Norway and UNICEF, head of Development Partner Agencies, representatives from Office of the Auditor General, Financial Comptroller General Office, National Federation of the Disabled, academic and research institutions, representatives from different federal level ministries, provincial ministries and the local governments, representatives from the Municipal Association of Nepal, MUAN, the National Association of Rural Municipalities in Nepal, NARMIN, Nepal Parents Federation, Nepal Teachers Federation, PAPSON and PAPSON, representatives from other civil society organizations, government officials, all development partner representatives, and all other valued delegates. And I request you all to take a seat. Thank you. I would like to apologize in case I committed any errors in maintaining the portfolio and have forgotten to mention any of the valued delegates in this meeting. Now, I would like to request everyone for a short introduction. I would like to request the delegates who have joined online to introduce oneself through the chat box. Let me start the introduction. I am Ramesh Kimire, Under Secretary in the Development Assistance Coordination Section in the Ministry.
Namaste and good morning. Me Chandrakanta Bhushal, Administrative Chief, Teacher Service Commission.
Namaste. I am Anaprasad Neupane, DG at CSRD.
Namaste and good morning, everyone. It's me, Mahendra Parajuli, Deputy Director General, CHRD. Thank you.
Namaste and good morning. It's me, Lokbahar Lopchan Tamang, Acting Secretary, Language Commission, Nepal.
Namaste and good morning. I am Sri Prasad Bhattrai. I work at Tibet Division of Ministry.
नमस्कार
मी रुद्र प्रसाद अधिकारी, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology.
Namaskar, I am Lakshmi Prasad Bhattrai, Project Director, CLPIU Education.
Namaste and good morning everybody. I am Ibraj Paudel, Director General of Curriculum Development Center.
Namaskar, Janga Bahadur Aryal, Member Secretary, National Examination Board.
Namaskar, I am Basanta Prasad Koirala, Member Secretary of Medical Education Commission. Thank you.
Namaskar, Jaya Ram Adhikari, Director General, Education Review Office.
Good morning, everyone. Niels Balzer, Officer in Charge for the World Food Programme.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Yakudu Toy. I'm the head of the UNESCO office in Nepal.
Good morning, namaste everyone. My name is Matsuzaki. I am Chief Representative of JICA Nepal office. Thank you.
Namaste everyone, Maya Sherpa, Senior Economist, World Bank.
Namaste and good morning. My name is Jeffrey Su, Senior Education Specialist with the Asian Development Bank. Thank you.
Namaste and good morning. My name is Alisa Kunga, representative of UNICEF to Nepal.
Namaste, good morning. My name is Stagnimius. I'm the Norwegian ambassador to Nepal.
Namaste and good morning. My name is Petri Puhakka. I'm the ambassador of Finland to Nepal.
Namaste, good morning. Rob Fenn, British ambassador.
Namaste and good morning. I'm Tom Miller. I'm Deputy Head of Delegation at the EU.
Namaste. Me Chudamani Paudel, Secretary, MEST.
Namaste, good morning. Anouk Fanek from the European Union Delegation to Nepal in charge of education.
Good morning, namaste everyone. Shivani Mishra, Education Advisor at the British Embassy in Kathmandu, serving as co-focal for the Development Partner Group this year. Thank you.
Namaskar, Johanna Kurki, Education Counselor, Embassy of Finland.
Namaskar, good morning everyone. Annette Wig from the Norwegian Embassy, working on JESSI and education. Thank you.
Good morning, namaste. Nevin Knezovich, UNICEF Chief Education.
Namaste, good morning. This is Pramod Bhatta. I work with as a consultant education specialist with the ADB.
Namaste everyone, Deepika Shrestha, Education Consultant from the World Bank.
Namaste, good morning. Krishna Lamsal, Senior Program Manager, JICA Nepal Office.
Namaste, this is Dhruva Regmi, Head of Education, UNESCO.
Namaste, good morning. This is Nathaniel Glidden, Head of Social Protection, WFP.
Namaste, good morning. Tara Chetri, Country Director, Save the Children.
Namaste, good morning. Ipei, JICA.
Good morning, namaskar. Kyosuke Imamura, Project Formulation Advisor, JICA.
Namaste and good morning. This is me, Poonam Gurung from VSU Nepal and also the co-lead of Education Working Group.
Namaskar, Neera Sharma, WFP.
Namaste and good morning. Sachet Manandar, Executive Director, Karkhana Samoa.
Namaskar and good morning. This is Lakshmi, Senior Program Development and Quality Advisor for Save the Children.
Namaste everyone, Sandhya Acharya, LETPZ Coordinator for Focal and Co-Focal EU and FCDU. Thank you.
Namaste everyone, Prem Chand, European Union.
Good morning, Narendra Bhattrai, SESP FMTA team, ADB Norway.
सबैमा नमस्कार म बद्री सञ्जेल अभिभावक महासङ्घको तर्फबाट
नमस्कार सबैजनालाई अनामिका गोचन नोर्वेजियन राजदूतावास
Namaskar, good morning. I'm Eija-Riitta Kinnunen, Chief Technical Advisor of Texas Project.
Namaste, Diego Moroso from the British Embassy, Kathmandu.
Namaste and good morning. It's me, Lasmi Bist, Education Officer from Posaram Municipality, Danilra. Thank you.
Namaste, Jimmy Ostrom, UNICEF.
Namaste, good morning. Binod Badal, Director at CTVT.
Namaste and good morning. This is Subhash Sibagoti, National Examination Board of Nepal. Thank you.
Namaste, good morning. This is Jaggi Prasad Remy, Under Secretary CSRD. Thank you.
Good morning and namaste. This is Gauri Shankar Pandey, working in CSRD as a director.
Namaste everyone. Dinesh Kemire, Acting DDG, School Teacher Record Office.
Good morning to all. Me Vasudev Regmi, Under Secretary, Natural Resource and Financial Commission.
Namaste. I'm Raju Manandar from Serid Tribhuvan University.
Namaskar. Mari Prasad Nerola, DDG, CSRD. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Nilkantha Dhakal, Director, CSRD, Planning and Monitoring Section. Thank you.
Namaste and good morning. I am Dinesh Thakal, Section Officer from Ministry of Federal Affairs and General Administration. Thank you.
Namaskar, good morning. It's me, Samjana Pokhrel, Education Officer, Machapusre Rural Municipality, Kaski. Thank you.
Namaste and good morning. Madhu Prasad Ghimire, Under Secretary of this Ministry.
Namaskar, I am Shankar Adhikari and I work at the planning section at this ministry. Thank you.
Namaste and good morning. I am Rudra Sharma from Social Development Ministry, Bagmati Province, Hetauda. Thank you.
Namaskar and good morning. I am Sudeep Giri, Unit Chief, Education Development and Coordination Unit, Magabanpur. Thank you.
Namaste. I am Bhaktavadur Godar, Director CSRD. Thank you.
Namaste, good morning. I am Chitra Basnit, Education Officer, Tulsipur Sub-Metropolitan Dang. Namaste.
Namaste, Madan Raj Joshi, General Secretary, Deputy, CNT.
Namaste, I am Lakshmi Kishore Subedi, President of Confederation of Nepalese Teachers.
Namaskar and good morning. My name is Jhum Prasad Rai, working as a coordinator in Technical Support Unit Ministry.
Namaskar, it's me Savitra Paudel. I'm working as an officer in Development Assistance Coordination Section in this ministry. Thank you.
Thank you. Namaste. I'm SP Colony here at the end of this table. From LinkNav Foundation, and I'm AIN chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you all for the introduction. I would like to remind all of you that the sessions will have simultaneous translation into both mediums, Nepali to English and English to Nepali, as well as in the sign language, and therefore request you to use your comfortable language, but to speak a bit slower to ensure accurate translation. Now, I would like to request the Joint Secretary of the Planning and Monitoring Division of the Ministry, Mr. Sivakumar Sapkota, for his welcome remarks with a synopsis of school education sector in 2024-25, including progress and challenges and key highlights of the MTR midterm review of school education sector plan.
Thank you, Rameshji. Respected Chair and the Secretary of Education, Minister of Education, Science and Technology, respected Co-Chair, Your Excellency, Head of Cooperation, Acting Head of EU Delegation to Nepal, Your Excellency, Your Excellencies, representing different countries, Ambassador to Nepal, colleagues from different development partners, Joint Secretaries and department heads of different departments, colleagues from different ministries, commissions, universities, colleagues from different agencies, and colleagues also sitting in overflow rooms. We have provision of 2 overflow rooms in addition to this big hall. Very, very good morning and namaste everybody. I feel much privileged and honored to be here with the present role. Since we consider the gathering like this at the Ministry of Education sometimes a festival of the ministry, so we find it as a festival of the ministry, so we all tend to celebrate this occasion. First of all, I extend my warm welcome and sincere gratitude to each of you, valued delegates, for your presence and participation in the joint review meeting of SESP November. We highly respect and regard your decision to be part of this meeting today. It matters a lot to us in terms of adding encouragement and inspiration to drive ourselves in future with extra effort to effectively implement the SESP, which is considered to be a principal program of the government in the school sector. Your Excellencies, delegates and colleagues, the ministry has been able to bring back the official functioning system to almost original setup after the recent political friction occurred in our country. Such prompt resettlement of the office management was made possible due to a proactive leadership of the Honorable Minister Mahavir Pun and of the respected Secretary Mr. Churamani Paurel sir. In addition, Education Development and Coordination Unit offices in different districts and Palika offices also affected by the incident are also underway to come back with necessary maintenance and arrangement of new office accessories to get ready for implementation of annual programs. In fact, as you are aware of, recovering the whole operational machineries cannot happen not only by our efforts in physical terms. Rather, it was a question of social and psychological phenomena concerned with the people working in the system. Nevertheless, our ministry is deliberately putting focus on both the aspects with multiple actions. More importantly, I remember the empathetic sense and a support offer extended by the DP community during the course of navigating our delivery system after the unique political situation experienced in the country. Your Excellencies, we do appreciate your deep concerns and the spirit of becoming flexible to extend help and togetherness in the state of crisis and emergency that we encountered in the country a couple of months ago. Now I would like to a little bit touch upon the MTR context and also the key outcome that we have created over the course of the meeting process. This week is the result of ongoing and strong partnership between the government and development partners. We have completed a meaningful conversation and intensive exercise during the course of a midterm review of SESP last week. The midterm review workshop last week demonstrated the strength of what we can achieve with open and constructive dialogue. I also want to thank the Focal Point EU and Co-Focal Point FCDO in this regard for ensuring the joint financing partners bring a common voice to the table. The midterm review platform was utilized to discuss independent review report that was prepared by the team of consultants also representing international experts. Sorry. And the platform also was utilized to discuss separate presentations from development partner community and the Ministry of Education. And also we utilized the platform to discuss on the thoughts of entire stakeholders of SESP who were gathered in that particular occasion. The review meeting has landed at a set of logical priorities for the remaining period of SESP and also for the next cycle of SESP. The key priorities broadly combine a continuation of the best practices and policies that we have adopted so far. And similarly, the priorities also include some course corrections that we have realized so far in the due course of, in course of implementation, to correspond to the new context and responsive actions to comply with the global commitments through SDG goals and alike. Talking about the JRM event that we are having right at the moment as a festival of Ministry of Education, let me little bit highlight on the objectives of this event. This event is primarily meant for reviewing the progress, assessing the implementation strength, critically examining the bottlenecks, and agreeing on certain actions to take on for the immediate reform in this system. We have prepared several reports of status and discussed in different joint committee mechanisms. We do have different, more than 18 technical thematic working committees and also 5 thematic committees where we used to have a rigorous discussion and engage in different meaningful conversations so that we can generate the very concrete agenda to put forward in the discussion at the event like this, basically at this event. And in this joint review meeting, we will engage in reflection on the overall progress and achievement of the last 3 years period of SESP implementation, and we also reflect on the actions, and also we agree on the actions to accelerate progress where needed. As the SESP continues to progress, it is important to highlight the strength of the the sector-wide approach mechanism that allow us, the government of Nepal and the joint financing partners to share and distribute resources with maximum efficiency, as well as ensuring that the government priorities are supported and addressed. Now, Your Excellencies, delegates, colleagues, I would like to little bit mention the quite a few evidences of the achievement and progress that we have realized so far in the education sector, in particular school sector. The school education development, the school education sector development has remained as an area of high priority of the government, with strong provision of education in the Constitution of Nepal. Historically, the government has committed to and has been implementing periodic and systematic plan guided by international reform campaign that combines Millennium Development Goal 1990, Education for All Program 2000, and Sustainable Development Goals 2030. In addition, international education programs are run under a collaborative arrangement, and the presence of private sector occupies a reasonable space in the school education sector of the country. Let me speak with a data, set of data. Currently, we receive some 10% of national education budget from the international community contributed by the development partners, as we have in this meeting hall. And similarly, the private sector serves 34% of students at the school level, meaning up to grade 12. and some 55% of total schooling cost of a child is borne by the parents or the household. This gives us clear picture about contribution of different actors into the development of education for the well-being and prosperity of children of Nepal. I have meant to bring this context only because we have to understand the roles and contribution of multi-actors brought into play for the purpose of ensuring universal access of children to education, and also ensuring high quality and diverse choices of citizens to the school education. The government of Nepal reaffirms that the education is a priority sector, which has resulted in a year-on-year increase in the volume of education budget. In the current fiscal year 2025-26, education sector has received 11% of the national budget and accounts 211 billion rupees. Similarly, 68% of the national education budget is shared by SESP subsector alone. This scenario of allocation shows a serious attention of the government to the school sector development. Likewise, spending capacity of the education system has demonstrated 88% of the SCSP budget. This is mentionable strength of our implementation machineries, though we do encounter criticism about financial accountability and utilization of resources for the benefit of entire children population. Building on this, we will continue to advocate for the budget to increase in line with the commitments made at the Transformative Education Summit and under the Global Partnership for Education Strategic Partnership Agreement. Your Excellency, respected Chair, Your Excellencies, delegates and colleagues, I am very much pleased to present quite a few evidences of success, which we should jointly celebrate in an occasion like this. To name some indicators that have exceeded the targets: NER, net enrollment rate of basic level education, 1-8 is 97.7%. 97.7%, I will repeat this figure again. This is almost 98%. We are achieving NER in basic level. Now, whereas where the girls ratio is again 98.7%, almost 99%, the girls presents in basic level. And the promotion rate has reached at 90% in the basic level at 1-5. And the dropout in the primary grades has dropped down to 2%, meaning decreased to 2%. It was initially 4% in the past year, so now it has decreased to 2%. And survival rate in grade 10 is 75%. Similarly, female teacher ratio is reaching 50%, which is perfectly ideal in terms of equity index in teacher composition. So those are examples of success or the result or the progress that have exceeded the targets. Though there are so many other set of results we can present, though that will be presented by our colleagues in the following sessions, which are really, commendable and which we can jointly celebrate in the occasion like this, and also in different forums later. In addition, we have 68 districts which are already declared literate territory, and mainly the Madhya province has been left to declare at, though we have initiated a pragmatic scheme to get rid of illiteracy in this province very shortly. At the same time, ladies and gentlemen, certain initiatives like assessment of learning loss occur due to different reasons, including COVID, and real plan, local education planning practice, teachers mentoring, career counseling, targeted to the students, pro-poor scholarship, responding to the needs of children with difficult conditions, disability screening, centralized supply of homegrown school meal, customized training to all teachers, performance audit of schools, client satisfaction survey on service delivery system at the local level are examples of micro interventions in improving learning outcome in all schools of Nepal. Respected Chair, Your Excellencies, delegates, now I would like to take you to the recent and well-thought policy actions of the government. If I name them, they are a free and compulsory education fund under joint obligation of all three tiers of the government, and the mobilization of multi-sector consortium for systematic infrastructure development in the school in needs under an initiative of master plan. Similarly, more actions include school restructuring to address the need of school merging, school closing, reallocation of teachers' position, and remodeling of school management to correspond to the emerging needs and urgency. In the field of teacher management system, the government has initiated an approach of preparing subject teachers for lower secondary and secondary level with 2 subject specialization scheme in order to overcome the long-standing problem of subject-wise teacher shortage in many schools. Likewise, a provision of teacher bank has been initiated in order to ensure timely recruitment of non-permanent teachers, especially in the remote schools. Your Excellencies, delegates, the government has recently begun dialogue to create separate teacher position for computer science in all schools. In order to implement this policy action, we are presently engaged in planning for creating ICT infrastructure in those schools, revision of curriculum and relevant textbooks, teacher training, and also customizing the examination system in line with the new provision of ICT, computer science teacher provision, and also the subject compulsory subject provision in the school curriculum. Now I would like to a little bit go into talking about the major bottlenecks, issues, and challenges. Despite the government coordinated effort and commitment, we are also surrounded by several issues and bottlenecks in school education. Gaps in law enactment, a lack of designated education cadre in or education officials in several palikas, unlimited systemic capacity or system capacity are the major ones if we talk about bottlenecks. In addition, increasing domestic funding to meet apparent funding gap of 31% in SESP and responding to the fresh voices and aspirations as manifested through different platforms, including the recent political change in the country, are considered to be key challenges. Likewise, the government is facing immense pressure to adequately address the needs of students with disability, the student with difficult conditions. Our existing mechanism has not been able to host all the out-of-school children in the school provision. We do admit that the focus of the government has been diluted and not been effective in certain areas like enhancing the foundational learning efficiency, maximizing the minimizing the educational wastage, optimizing the public accountability, and elevating public image of community schools. It has been a year of many surprises, which I would like to bring to your notice, sirs and madams. The loss of USAID as a valued partner, who used to have very effective partner, the USAID, which has been disappeared from this year only, and the context of which is very much known to all of us. and decreasing trend of ODA envelop, the teacher strikes, and most recently the political protests have reminded us that we must remain proactive and adaptable. Having aware of the lessons learned, we are planning to optimizing our attempt in engaging the wider community in policy making process. And at the same time, we are also plan to optimize our attempt and strategically working with development partners to explore the possibilities of more fund. Working in plans to motivate the local government for increased budget in education. And also we have been looking at ways that allow us to collaborate with non-government and private sector for heightened partnership in education in the days to come or in the years to come. Finally, I would like to thank you very much for your patience and keen interest that I have noticed during my remarks right now. There will be a detailed deliberations and conversation in the next sessions that will expect your deeper, contribution, supplement and complement to the process that we follow. With this, I would like to conclude my remarks right here. Thank you very much once again. See you around. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir, for the valuable remarks. Now we'd like to present the JRM agenda and the JRM aid memoir team and request you for your observation on it and request the tech team to display the main agenda on the screen, please. Okay, yes. So the agenda is also included in the folder. If there is not any point on the agenda, this is now formally adopted. Now I'd like to request to display the aid memoir team as well. The aid memoir writing team for this particular meeting is on the display, which consists of the representatives from both the government and the joint financing partners. You can see from the government side, Deputy Director General from CSRD is the team lead, and Zain Chiu from ADB is the co-lead, that would be co-led by Anuk, the development partner focal point, and you can see the names from both the sides. With this, now we would like to proceed ahead with the remarks by the respected Director General from CSRD, Mr. Anaprasad Neupane. These remarks will include the synopsis of status report of fiscal year 2024-25.
Thank you, Rameshji. Respected Chairman, respected Co-Chairman, distinguished guests, focal and co-focal person of DPs, all dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste all.
First of all, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Moist on behalf of CHRD and myself for providing opportunity to reflect the overall status of the SESP program implementing during the fiscal year 2024 and 25. In fiscal year 2024 and 25, the government of Nepal had allocated a total national budget 1,860 billion NPR. Out of the total national budget, the education sector had received an allocation of 211 billion NPR. Within the education budget, 143 billion NPR had been allocated specifically for the school education sector plan. This allocation demonstrates the government's strong focus on school education reforms, quality improvements, teacher developments, infrastructures, and governance. Overall of the SESP budget accounted 68% of total education budget. This proportion showed that more than two-thirds of education budget had been directed towards school education, highlighting the government's emphasis on improving access, equity, learning outcomes, and system strengthening within the school sector. In fiscal year 2024-25, the government has allocated the education budget across the three tiers of government. Of the total budget, 67% had been transferred to the local level. At the federal level, 31% of budget has been retained. Similarly, the provincial governments had received only 2% of the education budget. Respected Chairman and Co-Chairman, although the education sector received significant budget allocation at all three levels of government, the actual expenditure remained low. It is 79% at the local level, 57% at the provincial level, and 35% at the federal level. Although a large portion of the provincial education budget was allocated for the teacher training, progress reached only 62%, mainly due to the limited provincial capacity lack sufficient technical staff, facilitators, and management system to plan and organize the training on time, while local governments often struggle to release teachers because of school schedules and workload. At the federal level, progress did not meet the targets due to the conceptual ambiguities in certain policies and programs. Delays in development required standards, late transfer of funds to local governments, and slow procurement processes. In fiscal year 2024-25, the CHRD progress reached only 32% because several key programs such as Community School Transformation Program, the operation of Education Progress Program for Disaster Management in school, the production of audio lessons, providing equipment support grants after student disability screening, and offering grants to school for technical stream expansion in partnership with local level were not carried out due to the conceptual ambiguity and the inability to formulate working procedures. Despite significant progress school education still faces several challenges. Many children from marginalized communities and remote areas struggle to access quality education, and learning outcomes remain below desired standards in literacy, numeracy, and critical thinking. Inadequate teacher training, limited infrastructure, and insufficient learning resources further hinder effective teaching and learning. Major highlights are in the documents, which is already distributed by technical support units. The detail of the status report and DLI progress KPI will be presented in next session. At last, let us continue working together to ensure that every child in Nepal received equitable, inclusive, and quality education. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the valuable remarks. Now, I'd like to take this opportunity to invite Development Partner Focal Point, Mr. Thomas Miller, acting head of the EU delegation to Nepal, for his opening remarks.
Respected Secretary, Joint Secretary, and your teams, representatives of government, Your Excellencies, development partners, other partners, colleagues and friends, all protocols observed. Excuse my voice today. On behalf of the entire Education Development Partners Group, I would like to start by congratulating you and your team on the incredible commitment and resilience you have showed over these past few months. Despite the impact of the recent events on your offices and institutions, you did not slow down, continuing to work on increasing inclusion and quality education for the children of Nepal. More than that, the SESP midterm review was completed, and we jointly unpacked the findings to ensure we could agree on the course adjustments needed to maximize the impact of the remaining implementation period, and are gearing up for ensuring a smooth transition into the next phase of the SESP in 2027. We've never been in a situation where we've had so little assurances about the context and direction we are heading in, both in terms of the global context and shifts in international development assistance, and in terms of where the country is heading. But there are two things, of course, we know for sure. Firstly, it will be different from the context we know. And secondly, children will need to learn. So just like the children we jointly support, we have to be ready and be able to apply our expertise and competencies to adapt to whatever is next, to ensure children learn and that they leave the system equipped with relevant knowledge and skills that enable them to have the quality of life and be skilled for jobs. Jobs, some of which might not even exist yet. In this regard, I would like to acknowledge the openness and readiness you and your team have displayed in wanting to ensure our sector dialogue remains relevant and in line with the emerging priorities and needs. In this regard, your decision to broadcast the JRM live on social media adds to your legacy of inclusive sector dialogue that your SWAP is known for. I look forward to our team's engagement in the deliberations and discussions over the days to come, ensuring that we jointly celebrate our successes, but equally jointly face our challenges. That is what a true partnership looks like. In this regard, I would also like to call on all young people and civil society stakeholders to not hesitate to engage. We welcome your voices, and they need to be part of this review to ensure local leadership. Nepal is known for its strong policy framework, with a consolidated equity strategy for the education sector being a great example. It's the extent to which we will be able to facilitate these policies being translated into action, for which we will be held accountable collectively. The work on adapting the SESP into local level plans is a great step towards that, and in showcasing how development partners can align themselves under government leadership. However, we also need to acknowledge that this is yet to be reflected in the improvement of learning outcomes, which have remained stagnant. The session on the learning assessments will be a key point to have an open and frank discussion on what needs to happen to change this in the years to come. We simply cannot conclude the 5-year implementation of the SESP's first phase with the same amount of children completing grade 5 not being able to adequately read, write, and count. So let me stop here and ask my fellow heads of agencies and missions to briefly complement. Dhanyabad.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable remarks. Now, I would take this opportunity to invite His Excellency Rafen, Ambassador of the United Kingdom to Nepal for brief remarks.
Respected Secretary, Joint Secretary, educators, and those like me who admire educators, I want to begin, and very much echoing Tom, by commending this ministry and your teams for the resilience and leadership you have shown in recent weeks. At the end of September, few could have imagined that we would be here today. Yet almost overnight, this ministry relocated to Keisha Mahal. The technical committee meetings happened on time. PIP orientations were successfully organized across 4 provinces. The JRM field visits were coordinated and executed flawlessly, and the midterm review of the school education plan was completed. Just 2 months later, we are back at the Ministry of Education for the joint review mission. This remarkable resilience by Nepal's education professionals suggests individual dedication to the students they serve and a system determined to rise to the challenges of a new era. And I take particular pleasure in noting that even the Wi-Fi password is on message. Moest New Nepal. We recognize the extraordinary effort this has taken for the government, colleagues working overtime to keep the sector moving forward. Last time I had the pleasure of joining you, I said that the UK sees this joint review phenomenon as a model of government-led modern partnership, one that creates space for various line ministries, development partners, civil society and the private sector to engage meaningfully to get every child in Nepal closer to quality learning. This year, that inspiration has reached our headquarters in London. Thanks to the Ministry's decision to live stream this event, 2 colleagues from our central team will join sessions virtually. Another example of how Nepal's transparency and openness is setting the tone for inclusive, government-led development. This year has been extraordinary, not just for Nepal, but globally. Development as we know it is shifting. Donors everywhere are rethinking how to deliver impact amid tighter budgets and greater uncertainty. For the UK, this means a modern approach that blends diplomacy, development, and partnerships to mobilize private capital and strengthen multilateral systems, acting as an investor and partner, not just a donor. In Nepal, guided by principles of coherence, agility, and evidence-based decision-making, this shift has translated into deeper collaboration and smarter investments, supporting government leadership and aligning our technical assistance even more closely with national priorities. In other words, what we're trying to do here today. Nepal's use of the Equity Index to shape education policy is a global benchmark. Earlier this year, former Secretary Dr. Deepak Kafle was invited as a panelist to speak about this at the Education World Forum that took place in London. And next month, the Honourable Joint Secretary, Shiva Sapkota, has been invited to present Nepal's experience at the University of Oxford's Community of Practice webinar. This is leadership to be proud of, the UK will continue to champion and amplify Nepal's best practices on global platforms. Such policies, however well conceived, must be translated into real improvements in learning outcomes, especially for the most vulnerable. We must ensure that children not only attend school, but learn meaningfully. This is critical for every child in Nepal. True equity means every child learns regardless of ability. This will be an era-defining decade, a chance to make basic education future-proof and prepare tomorrow's generation for a labor market which will be markedly different from today's. As a careers advisor once told my son, we are trying to prepare you for jobs which haven't been invented yet. The UK is committed to supporting Nepal's leadership on evidence-based inclusive education through our Samartha program and the UK's other contributions across the human capital sector. As we approach the International Day of People Living with Disabilities, I'm going to attempt a metaphor inspired by the Nepal Premier League. Yesterday, I hugely enjoyed welcoming to my home some of those who are making the NPL a global success, including British cricketers playing in 5 of the 8 NPL teams. Under the new floodlights at TU, a Scottish cricketer scored one of the fastest centuries in T20 history. But a better illustration of Nepali leadership came the week before, when on the same ground, with UNICEF, CAN and the Australian Embassy, we celebrated the International Day of the Child through a special match for girls and boys. A young female orator set out what equal opportunity meant for her and what the girls of Nepal could do for their country, given that chance. I also learned that Nepal's blind women's cricket team had come second in a T20 tournament. As someone who is terrified of a cricket ball, even with my eyes wide open, I can barely imagine the courage that takes. Once again, I would like to thank the Ministry of Education for providing the space to celebrate the festival you talk about and what we have achieved together, and to confront together the challenges that lie ahead with honesty and resolve. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your encouraging remarks. Now, I would like to request His Excellency, Petri Puhaka, Ambassador of Finland to Nepal, for brief remarks.
Thank you. Respected Secretary, Joint Secretaries, colleagues from the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, Center for Education and Human Resources Development, and distinguished development partners, namaste. First, I would like to extend my warm congratulations to you all for arranging this event. As a fair newcomer, I see it as an example of effective education sector coordination. Strong collaboration and coordination between the government of Nepal and the education sector development partners is essential for success. This week's joint review mission brings us together to reflect what has been achieved so far and to plan for the future. I'm confident that these discussions will bring about concrete results. I visited Karnali province a few weeks ago, where I had the opportunity to visit schools and interact with students, teachers, and school communities. This helped me to understand better how children are learning in Nepal. Today, this gathering has already helped me to understand how the coordination takes place. Based on midterm review recommendations, we will take a look on what we need to do more, maybe less or differently, while continuing towards the end line of the costed plan for CSP in 2027. Finland is currently finalizing a new country program for Nepal, which will be aligned with our new trade and development cooperation policy principles. Like many other donor countries, Finland has also undergone significant cuts in our development funding. While this will have an impact on our development resources in Nepal, we remain committed to supporting the education sector here. By working together and focusing on the most critical priorities, I'm confident that we can continue to deliver meaningful results. As already referred to by Rob, and as a previous ambassador to disability inclusion, I would also like to emphasize the approach of leaving no one behind. Every child should have a true access to school, and at school there should be access to learning support. Government of Nepal and many development partners are already working on this, and I wish this work to continue even stronger. I wish you all fruitful and productive discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for valuable remarks. Now I would like to request Her Excellency Dagny Mios, Ambassador of Norway to Nepal, for brief remarks.
Respected Secretaries, Joint Secretary, Deputy Director Generals, representatives from line ministries, provincials and local governments, colleagues, excellencies from the DP community, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be here today, and for me to be here as a very newly appointed ambassador of Norway to Nepal and to take part of this forum. It's a great joy to be here, and it's also coming back from a field trip on Friday from Jumla, where I also visited schools together with you and colleagues, where we saw homegrown, organic, nutritious school meals and the great results that they give. So let me first start by congratulating the Ministry on convening this important meeting. And also, as was already said, we very much commend you on upholding the continuity in the education sector in the circumstances that the country have gone through over the last few months. And that shows the resilience and the commitment of the government of Nepal to uphold this work even in difficult times. Norway values our long-standing partnership with Nepal. For more than 2 decades, our cooperation has been grounded on shared commitments to equity, inclusion, and the right to quality education for all children. The joint review meeting under the school sector program is an important part of ensuring that there is a coordinated and sustainable progress and that we achieve this goal. It provides the important space for shared dialogue, accountability, and alignment with national priorities. We welcome the completion of the midterm review and the constructive way in which the Ministry and partners have engaged in its findings. This progress highlights on equity, basic learning conditions, enrollment, and assessment frameworks, and reflects a strong foundation to build on. At the same time, persistent gaps require a collective attention. We too are concerned about stagnating learning outcomes and disparities that continue to affect the most vulnerable children. These findings underscore the need to strengthen early and foundational learning while applying an intersectional lens. So looking ahead, the coming discussions offer an important opportunity to jointly identify the course of corrections needed to deliver on the ambitions of the school education sector plan. Norway stands ready, together with our fellow joint financing partners and development partners, and we very much look forward to our shared reflections over the next days and to continued strong collaboration in the years ahead. Thank you so much. Dhanibat.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for valuable remarks. Now I would like to request Dr. Alice Akunga, UNICEF representative to Nepal, for brief remarks.
Thank you. Respected Secretary, Joint Secretary, Director General, Directors here present, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. I take this opportunity to echo the appreciation expressed by the development partner, focal point for the ministry's leadership and resilience during a period of institutional disruption and uncertainty and anxiety that shocked not only the country, but also shocked all the institutional frameworks in place. The ministry's commitment to keeping the sector education, school education sector-wide plan on track has ensured continued progress for Nepal's children. As UNICEF, we remain firmly committed to our partnership with Government of Nepal. Our shared goal is very clear. It's for children to be ready to learn, and for children to keep learning, and finally for children to achieve the highest outcomes from the learning. We will continue supporting efforts to strengthen the education system at federal, provincial, and local levels as it adapts to a changing context, not only in Nepal, but in the world, with a focus of delivering results for every child. Through our partnership with EU and Finland, our collaboration with CE, HRD, and local governments, we are helping system leverage innovations at scale, from strengthened EMIS data systems and evidence-based local education planning to the transition from child-friendly schools to child-friendly systems. At this point in time, I would like to really congratulate the ministry, and I also join in taking pride of the data that has just been shared in terms of the improvements being done in enrollments and across the sector. I also want to echo that have been mentioned too, that in the recent EMIS, which is about to come out, there is improvements in learning outcomes for grade 3 and grade 5 in literacy and numeracy. And these are great advancements for us to celebrate in. UNICEF will continue prioritizing foundational learning, which is the essence of quality learning. We will also continue to focus in quality early childhood development and education, data-driven decision-making, and ensuring that the most marginalized and remote children, those who face the greatest barriers, are reached and supported. We also welcome the ministry's continued openness to participation from young people, civil society, and communities. Their voices are essential to building an inclusive education system that is accountable and aligned with the aspirations of Nepal's new generation. We look forward to working with the ministry over the coming days to reflect on achievements, address challenges, and agree on the actions needed to ensure that the sector-wide planning continues delivering meaningful impact for particularly the out-of-school children, those that are left behind, so that they can have opportunities to learn, but also opportunities to have access to skills and training and excel in their life as they explore their fullest potential. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Akunga, for the valuable remarks. Now, I'd like to request Mr. John Chu, Senior Education Specialist at ADB, for brief remarks.
Honorable senior officials and leaders of the MOEST, development partners, and distinguished guests, namaste and good morning. It's my pleasure to join you on behalf of our ADB Country Director, Mr. Arnold Cautious, who could not be here for the opening session, but he will be able to join our HOE meeting with the ministers afterwards. ADB is honored to continue our joint partnership with the government and development partners in advancing Nepal's flagship SESP program. We are glad to see a productive midterm review under the leadership of MOEST that has really shaped a clear way forward. We just wish to highlight several achievements that are standing out. For example, ADB has proudly supported the high-stake examinations in grades 8 10, and 12, which have improved through standardized test items, digital tools, and stronger engagement of local governments. Teacher availability in math, science, and English has increased, and STEM access expanding, with science enrollment in grades 11 and 12 now at 19%. And finally, more schools are becoming disaster resilient and climate responsive, also thanks to one of the ADB other projects called Disaster Resilience of Schools Project. ADB remains committed to supporting Nepal in accelerating these gains for the following years. We would like to hope these interventions to be accelerated further through our joint partnership. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable remarks. Now, I would like to request Mr. Mizuki Matsuzaki, Chief Representative, JICA Nepal Office, for brief remarks.
Mr. Podel, Secretary, and Mr. Saptoka, Director Generals, and all officials from central level agencies, development partners, focal point, and all the participants. Good morning. It is my great pleasure to be here today as one of the local education donor partners group, members of the SESP. Let me also join hands with previous speakers in extending our appreciation to the Ministry for organizing this SESP joint review meeting in a hybrid modality. Nepal has witnessed significant agitation among teachers, primarily driven by demands for better working conditions, job security, and reforms in education sector last year. There are also a number of issues and areas to tackle for improving quality education. For instance, curriculum reform to make it more relevant to global standards and local needs. This includes integrating technology and the practical skills into the curriculum. Another important area is the teacher professional development, especially teachers training in classroom activities. The Ministry has been trying to address those issues gradually through reforming policies and strategies. JICA's technical cooperation through the project, what we call IBSE, as well as the education advice activity, sitting back, Mr. Shimizu Ippei, has been trying to contribute towards improvement quality of education through strengthening fundamental learning, especially on numeracy in early grades. One of the focuses of the IBSC project activities in 7 pilot districts of 7 provinces is to develop orientation materials for strengthening early grade math with teacher's guide, student workbook, and self-learning material developed by CDC and JICA collaboratively, providing cascade methods of training for dissemination of materials through cluster-level orientation by the roster trainers, and effective utilization of materials for quality teaching learning activities at classroom level are promoted. Furthermore, our education advisor support in piloting math learning apps in Godavari municipality, Lalitpur, has contributed to improvement of fundamental learning. To address emerging needs following the recent movement in September, an online psychosocial emergency support session was organized under JICA Education Advisor activities in collaboration with Principal Association of Nepal. This initiative aimed to provide rapid and direct psychological care to affected local governments, school principals, and teachers, ensuring that they receive timely support to continue their vital role in education. I heard that this midterm review of the SESP has already been completed, and there was a joint workshop and had a shared discussion on key results of MTR and priority areas and way forward. I hope there will be some opportunities to further discuss on the way forward in this meeting and agree some actions for days to come. I believe that this 5 days meeting will not only focusing in reviewing the progress of SESP of last 1 year, but also will find the pathways of settlement of understanding issues of previous program and ways forward for the future. I wish for the successful meeting. Thank you and Dhanyavad.
Thank you, sir, for the valuable remarks. Now, I would like to request Yako Dotoi, UNESCO country representative to Nepal, for brief remarks.
Thank you very much, Secretary, Joint Secretaries, all officials and representative of development partners, warm greetings. UNESCO really appreciates the leadership of the Ministry in steering the school education sector plan in the current circumstances and working with different development partners. I also then recognize the collaborative spirit of development partners in supporting reform and accountability. This midterm review is a critical moment. It allows us to reflect, to make corrections, and accelerate progress towards national education goals and sustainable development goal number 4. Nepal has made progress. We've heard about this progress, but there are also challenges, and these were also presented. And UNESCO stands ready to help address these challenges. As the UN agency with a global mandate for education under SDG 4, UNESCO brings international standards, policy guidance, and technical expertise. We have global experience in teacher professionalization, digital transformation that is a priority, and education data governance. We support climate-smart and resilient education systems. We promote lifelong learning and non-formal education, and we work across the full education continuum, school education, technical and vocational education, and higher education. In Nepal, UNESCO will focus on strengthening teacher training and linking pre-service and in-service systems. We will support digitalization of learning and education management systems. We will continue to improve data quality so that we have more and better data. And we will promote climate resilient schools together with UNICEF and Save the Children. And we will enhance local education planning and capacity building. Finally, our work on non-formal education and realizing the importance also for community learning centers is at the center of our work. I wish you a successful joint meeting and festival. Dhanyavad, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the valuable remarks. Now, I'd like to request Niels Balja, Deputy Country Director, World Food Program, for brief remarks.
Thank you so much for the floor. Respected Secretary, Joint Secretary, development partners, colleagues around the table. First of all, let me just join all the previous speakers in congratulating everyone around the table to a very impressive set of major achievements, including, of course, the school meals. Now, this year, close to 2.8 million school students benefited from a school meal every day at school. And together with the establishment of the homegrown school meals framework, as well as an increase of the budget allocation by 33%, and the commitment of the government to bring to scale school meals to a universal coverage, including more grades, I think this is all testimony that school meals remain and will be a priority for the government here. So that's really good news. Thank you for that. Then at the last joint review mission or meeting, WFP committed to work with the Sustainable Financing Initiative under the School Meals Coalition to come up with a study that contains 3 components. One is a fiscal space analysis. The second one is a fully costed implementation plans for school meals. And then on top of that, a long-term financing strategy, a sustainable financing strategy. And I'm just quickly happy to report here that the first component, the fiscal space analysis, has been done. We will bring this back to this group in December for a presentation and discussion. And the other components are in the making, hopefully Q1, Q2 of 2026. So with that, very good deliberations over the next couple of days and a wonderful festival. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your important remarks. Finally, I'd like to request respected Secretary of Education, Mr. Chudamani Paudel, the chair of the session, to make his valuable remarks and to close the opening ceremony.
Thank you, Rameshji. Very good morning. Respected co-chairs, Your Excellencies, country representatives, delegates, representatives from the joint financing partners and non-pool development partners, joint secretaries, colleagues from various ministries, departments, commissions, universities, provincial and local governments, professional organizations, AIN, NCE, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Namaste and warm welcome to each of you to this joint review meeting of the SESP on the behalf of Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. First of all, I extend my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to all of you for your time, commitments, and presence. Your engagement provides us with great encouragement and energy as we continue our reform efforts in the school education sector. I fully endorse the key achievement highlighted by the Joint Secretary Mr. Shiva Kumar Sapkota and Director General Anna Prasad Neupane, their respective remarks. To summarize our progress, we have made remarkable strides in expanding access to the basic education and have reached near saturated in this area. However, achieving the universal access to secondary education and improving the overall quality and school education remain an ongoing journey and priority for the years ahead. This event offers us an important opportunity to reflect on the review to status of SESP and work together in identifying the solutions that address the existing challenge and barriers. I would like to congratulations to my ministry colleagues and our JFA partners who have already invested several busy days in the SESP midterm review workshop. We look forward to hearing the outcomes of this discussion and the agreed agenda for the advancing the SESP. Furthermore, I would like to acknowledge an incredible effort made by my colleagues in organizing this meeting here at the ministry. These have not been easy days for us, yet the collective determination to improve education for the children of Nepal remaining truly admirable. Your Excellencies and distinguished delegates, let me briefly touch upon the Ministry of recent effort and present legal framework in several areas of education management. Until a few months ago, we were close to finalize the Education Act, the Tibet Act, the Higher Education Act, and several related rules and regulations. However, progress has been temporarily delayed due to the unique political circumstances that have emerged in our country. Nevertheless, the government remains fully committed to addressing these gaps as recognized by all of us. With that, let me once again thank you for your participation in this year's joint review meeting. We look forward to productive and insightful discussion. My team will keep me informed of the proceeding, and I look forward the conclusion and common understanding reached on the outstanding issues. Finally, I would like to announce that the opening session of this event has now concluded. I kindly request the Joint Secretary of the Planning and Monitoring Division, Mr. Shivakumar Sapkota, to chair the remaining session. Thank you. See you again. Thanks again.
Thank you for your valuable remarks and suggestions, sir. That concludes the opening session. Now, may I request the head of agencies follow me to make their way to the Honorable Minister's Chamber. For the rest of the delegates, we'll have a short coffee break and showing up the culmination of the program implementation procedure orientation workshop that has been taking place. I'd like to thank you all for your participation and hope you found the whole conversation fruitful and interesting. See you in the next session.
are requested to proceed into the hall. We are starting new session very soon. Thank you. Namaskar. Welcome you all in the technical session. Uh, Here, our new technical session is going to start. And for this session, I would like to request Joint Secretary Shiva Kumar Sapkota sir for chairing. Thank you, Shiva sir. Again, I would like to request Anup ma'am for co-chairing the session. Now, I would like to request Shiva Kumar Sapkota sir to handle the technical session ahead.
Thank you, Savitraji. Again, respected Joint Secretaries, DG colleagues from different departments, focal point, co-focal point, development partner colleagues, colleagues from different agencies, university, teacher association, CNT, Mohan, Narwin, different agents, representing different agencies. I would like to say namaste once again, and I would like to welcome all of you to the new or the technical session of today's proceeding. And the colleagues who are standing outside this room are requested to come in and join the session. If our colleague, if there is anybody from our side, so I think I would like to request you to remind them to come in. Please come, please come, please come. Please come, colleagues, we are waiting you to come in. Please come. और कोई छ भाइ बाहिर एकचोटि कल गरिदिउँ colleagues having tea coffee, if you finished your tea coffee stuff, please come in. Now I would like to inform you colleagues around the table that there are quite a few colleagues from different development partners, and they have joined the courtesy call of head of agency with Honorable Minister. So as soon as they finish their meeting downstairs, they will come up and join this technical session. So until they come back to this hall, we will keep their chairs open and empty, and also we would like to start our technical session right now. I hope you enjoyed the opening session. I'm sure we had a lot of, knowledge and inspiration, words of encouragement from head of delegates in the opening session, and that was so in fact highly valued and regarded by all the speakers who contributed in that opening session. And finally the session was wrapped up by our Honorable Secretary of the Ministry. Now we are going to start technical session according to our schedule. The first segment of this session is a presentation from CHRD, which will be led by Director General. So I would like to request Director General to lead the presentation. Director General, please.
Thank you, respected Chairman and Co-Chair and all delegates. I would like to warmly welcome in this session. For leading this session, I request to my colleague, Mr. Mahendra Parajali.
Okay. Thank you, Director General. Chair of this session, Joint Secretary from Ministry, development partners, focal co-chair of this session, co-focal, distinguished delegates from development partners, joint secretary from ministry as well as central level agency heads, colleagues from different ministries, a representative from local and provincial level, people in the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and namaste everybody. So, CHRD is the central level key acting agency on the implementation of SESP. Regarding this presentation, from CHRD, we will present a detail whatever we achieve in the SESP, what are the key issues and initiative to be taken for the upcoming period. I think this will detail elaborate the synopsis that our Joint Secretary and Director General mentioned in his remarks. So for this, our presentation will be jointly. First, Nilkantha Dhakal, Director of Planning and Monitoring Section. He will present his status report, budget progress, major achievement of SESP including DLI achievement, followed by Bhakta Godar, Director of Image Section. He will present progress on KPIs, PRF, and system strengthening issues and initiative. So, equally, both of the presentation will respond to the consolidated comments. With this, wishing all the best, let's welcome our joint effort. I would like to request Nilkantha sir, over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DDG Mahinda sir. Respected Chairman of this session, our Joint Secretary Shiva Kumar Sapkota sir, similarly focal of the development partner and co-chair of this session, different dignitaries of development partners, distinguished dignitaries and all the participants of this program who are jointly in virtual or in physical also. First of all, I would like to thank our Joint Secretary Shiva Kumar Sapkota sir and our DG sir and DDG sir for providing me this opportunity for presenting the status of SESP implementing in last year in fiscal year 2024-25. So, I would like to request and welcome to all the distinguished guests and participants in my session, in actively participation, active listener, and actively involvement in this presentation during my presentation. So, in my presentation, there are 50 slides. 50 slides because this is the progress status of SESP in implementing third year. So, the presentation will take a bit long time. So, I would kindly request all of you to listen with patience. In this presentation, basically, we are covered the background of the SESP plan, then overall objectives of the status report. In fiscal year 2024-25, the allocation of budget and the expenditure, major achievement of SESP against targets, then status of DLI, overall coordination and collaboration of the implementing of SESP, then what were the lessons and best objectives, best practice that we have learned in previous year. Then we will try to address some consolidated comments and responses while we preparing the status report, we received some feedbacks and comments from development partners. So in the last of my presentation, I will try to respond these comments also. In the background, everybody knows that the SESP is a comprehensive strategic plan that is currently under implementation in 2022, and that will run to 2032. SESP plan is the first education sector plan to be developed in full aligned with the federal system. And Ministry of Education, Science and Technology is overseeing the execution of SESP, and CHRD, CDC and ERO are the major center level agency. Those are tasked with specific technical components, then contributing the program's overall goals. And having completed in third year of implementation of SESP, the plan now is entered its fourth year of implementation, and recently the MTR of SESP has been just completed. In your folder, you can easily see the overall achievement of status report. Only one executive summary are kept in your folder. So if you want to know many things from this status report, you can easily scan the QR code and get information from this QR code also. The major objectives of this status report is to present an analysis overall status of the implemented programs activities of SESP in fiscal year 2024-25. This status report is try to analyze strength, weakness, and underlying problems, issues, and constraints, and were faced during the implementation of the program. Similarly, this status report is to inform concerned authorities and stakeholders regarding the status of the targets versus achievement and good practice. So I just want to remember that it is the just status report that we have done, we have implemented in last year. So it is not analytical report, it's just a status report. So if the researcher or any other body want to know the information from the implementing status of SESP, they can use this status report as a various achievement as their purpose and research also. So the status report is to try to present the progress and implementation status against the SESP program result framework, in particular up to 2024-25. There are so many areas that our program result frameworks, PRF, that was also included in the status report, and some major achievement of this PRF I also presented in this presentation too. Then we also present the overall this status report. Another objective is to present the overall status, overall DLI progress and SESP during the plan period. Then detail of the status, detail of the DLI progress is kept in this folder too. While we are preparing this status report, several initiatives or activities that we have already done. An advisory team was formed to guide, coordinate, and support. And during this report preparation process, we collected so many reports, monthly and tri-minister reports at central level and central level agency also, progress report received from local level and Sutra. We use consolidated reports or flash reports, and for the purpose of financial and physical progress of the fiscal year 2024-25, we used the documents of which we came from LMBS, Sutra, SIGAS, and Progress software. Beside this, Shankar sir from Ministry of Education, and we also consult the local levels, telephoned local levels, province level, and collected information to to put the progress of this status report. Okay, our Joint Secretary Shiva sir has presented in his opening remarks. Sir mentioned that the total budget, total national budget of education sector budget in this fiscal year. So I will present, this is the last year budget and total education budget, total SESP budget. So basically this presentation was the last fiscal year's budget, programs and major achievements. So we should be clear to, otherwise the data and information we are implementing in this year, but the data, our flash report, our achievement, our budget, and all these programs are based on this previous year. So in 2024-25, the government of Nepal has allocated total 1860 billion budget, the national budget. Then out of this national budget, the education sector budget was allocated in 211 billion. That is the percentage of that accounted 11.36% of total national budget. Similarly, out of this education budget, SESP budget represented 143 billion budget, and that was SESP budget represented 68% of SESP budget as the total education budget. That was the total status of the budget in last year. Similarly, the government had allocated the education sector budget among the three tiers of government. In local level, 67% of total budget was transferred to local level. Similarly, in federal level, 31% of the total education budget was retained. And in provincial level government, there was only 2.2% budget was allocated in 2025-25. That was the status of the level-wise education sector budget for three different tiers of government. Similarly, this is the level-wise SESP budget. SESP budget in 2024-25. SESP budget also allocated in federal, province and local level. In federal level, only 1.37% budget was allocated to federal level. Similarly, in province level, 0.46% budget was allocated to province level. And in local level, 98.17% was allocated to SESP budget to implement the school education programs in local level in fiscal year 2024-25. SESP budget allocated basically in 6 areas, 6 sub-budget SESP budget program or budget heads. Especially in SESP budget allocated in teacher salary, basic level. This is the one major program or budget head. Then teacher salary for secondary level, SESP federal, SESP province, SESP local, and president education reform program. These are the major SESP program budget head and sub head that we implemented in central level, province level, and the local level. While regarding the total allocation of SESP budget, based on these 6 sub-budget heads, teacher salary for basic level was allocated in 75 billion budget. teacher salary for secondary level was allocated 20 billion budget. In SESP federal, 1 billion budget, then SESP province only 660 million budget, and in SESP local level for implementing SESP, 44 billion budget was allocated, and in last year 835 million budget was allocated to President Education Reform Program. That was the budget allocation of last year's budget allocation of SESP. Now this figure shows that the percentage of SESP budget allocation for fiscal year 2024-25. It means most of the SESP budget was allocated in basic level teacher salary and secondary level teacher salary. And others in especially for program implementation, especially in SESP program implementation, including midday meal, textbook, sanitary pad, and other programs that was allocated in 31.1% to especially for the SESP local level programs. Now the expenditure of this was the allocation of budget. Now I am going to present the expenditure of budget in 2024-25. This is the overall figure of Ministry of Education, Science and Technology and other institutions in 2024-25. There are 21 programs or institutions under the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. I don't read all the text of this presentation. I just highlighted this progress of federal level in 2024-25 in figure. This figure shows that, can you elaborate this, yeah, zoom, please? Okay. This figure shows that in 2024-25, total 84% progress was made. But while we are talking about the different level institutions, we can easily see that library, including 3 offices of library, difficult to hear that. Library, CDC, ERO, TSC, Teacher Pension, UGC, UNESCO and NAB achieved more than 80% of the financial progress. Similarly, EFA, Medical Education Commission, CTBT and NAST achieved more than 50% progress in both physical and financial performance, and MOEST, CHRD, Higher Education and SESP center level had made less than 50% progress in fiscal year 2024. It means while we are discussing about the progress of SESP, we all are not satisfied. So in this JRM meeting and also the MTR of SESP, a couple of days we discussed what are the issues, what are the strengths, and what are the weaknesses of the SESP. So we have to plan remaining year, and we have to plan for next 5 years plan. So we should rethink about our policy and programs. Otherwise, it shows that below 35% progress was made in SESP program. So we should be think and discuss. Now in financial progress of SESP budget, that was the total budget. Now I want to talk about financial progress of SESP budget. While we are talking about financial progress of SESP budget, I already mentioned that there are sub-budget heads in SESP. In teacher salary at basic level, the progress was only 93.75%. In secondary level teacher salary, the progress was 94.48%. In SESP federal level, the SESP federal level progress was made nearly 35%. It means 34.95%. And in SESP province, the overall progress of SESP was 57.46%. In SESP local level, the progress was made, I think it will be 89.45%. Yeah? It need to be a correction. Yeah? 89.45%. In President Education Reform Programs, the progress was made only 10%. So this figure shows that in teacher salary for basic level and secondary level, the progress was satisfactory. Yeah. But in SESP in local level, the progress was almost 89% progress was made. But in some of the activities, the detailed activities, the program-wise detailed activities were kept in a status report. You can scan and easily see that. But in totality, we can say that in midday meal programs, teacher assistance programs, digital literacy programs, the progress was moderate. Yeah? It means still all the budgets were not spent in these components also. Similarly, in province level, the total budget was allocated in teacher training section, teacher training for. In teacher training, only 62% budget was spent in province level teacher training. In some components, such as digital learning, expansion of digital learning center in province level, training for teachers in online service, programs for STEAM education, these programs shows that a very low progress of in province level. In federal level, our Joint Secretary Shiva sir and respected DDG sir also mentioned in their remarks, mega kitchen, boot camp, career counseling, teacher mentoring, these major programs, in these areas of major programs, the budget were not spent in last year. The main reason is that the conceptual ambiguity of these programs. So it's too late to decide. We developed approach paper of these programs. We discussed, but in the last hour, for approval process or for conceptual clarity, ambiguity, we made very low progress. So that's why in federal level, the progress was made only 34.95%. In province level, the progress was made 57%. And in local level, the progress made what 89%. In total, the progress was 88%. This figure shows that the same that I explained. Now, the financial progress of SESP budget at 3 levels of government. Now, this is only SESP budget. The progress in 3 tiers of government in federal level, 24.4% progress was made. In province level, 57.4% was made, and in local level, 89.3% progress was made at the 3 types of government. While we are comparing in fiscal year 2023 and 24 and 24 to 25, the federal level progress was also decreasing. Yeah, we are not satisfied. In 2023-24, the progress was 27, but last year the progress was only 24. In province level and local level, the progress was not so change, but in province level 55 to 57% this progress was made, but in local level the progress was 90 to 89. It means the federal level progress was decreasing in comparison of 2023 to 24. Now, this is the SESP budget. I already mentioned that the CHRD, CDC, and ERO are the major implementation of SESP budget. While we are talking about the progress of CHRD, CDC, and ERO in financial progress of SESP budget, the CHRD has made 31.65% progress in 2024 and 25. Similarly, CDC was 54.13% and ERO 56.21. In cumulative, 34.95% progress was made in SESP budget in the fiscal year 2024-25. So the major achievement. The major achievement of SESP in fiscal year 2024-25, especially these achievements are made in program result framework. Yeah? Many of the progress was collected from our image system, but some of the progress didn't come into our image system. So we updated this progress as a manually. We talk to local levels, province level officers, and collect the progress, and we update it. So I am not going to present every sentences, only for highlighted the key performance indicators. After my presentation, our colleagues Bhaktaji will present the KPI in new GER, NER in this year, but this was the last year progress, so I didn't present all the KPI, but I want to share some highlighted point. It means a total of 6,852 pre-primary age children received learning material sets. Yeah. I think this was the GLI progress also. So in pre-primary age children, they received learning materials in this numeracy. Similarly, 7,168 ECD facilitator received 15 days of basic training. 17% of total enrollment in basic education consists of Dalit students. These all are in our mentioned in status report. 26.2% of students in basic education received scholarships. 11.78% of students at the secondary level received scholarships, and a total of 27 billion students received free midday meals by grades, means ECD to grade 5. 6,093 students received pro-poor scholarship at both basic and secondary levels. But this year the number was increasing. But last year all the students were eligible to receive the pro-poor scholarship. Due to some technical errors, they didn't receive. But in this year, those students who already selected for pro-poor scholarship, they will receive scholarship in this year, in this fiscal year. 100% of students at the basic level received a complete set of textbooks within the first 2 weeks of the school year. That was the major achievement. 96.7% of students at the secondary level received a complete set of textbooks within the first 2 weeks at the school year. Then 85.9% of basic level teachers and 86.1% of secondary level teachers receive teacher professional development, means TPD training. Similarly, 500 local governments implemented activities such as teacher guide, teacher training, and additional reading and numeracy materials based on the integrated curriculum to enhance reading and numeracy proficiencies in grade 1 to 3. Similarly, 68% of basic schools have a full complement of mathematics, science, and English subject teachers in grade 6 to 8. And 159 local governments conducted the basic learning examination BLE using standardized test items. And in secondary level, 81.8% of schools have an adequate number of subject teachers in 3 core subjects, and 36.8% have adequate teachers in 5 core subjects. 3.36 of students in community schools are enrolled in the technical stream at the secondary level. The PRF shows that. Then 21.5% of students are enrolled in the science stream at the secondary level, grade 11, 12 across all types of schools. 66.8% of secondary schools fulfills the basic learning conditions, means meeting at least 5 conditions. 83.5% of schools have basic quality wash, water, sanitation, and hygiene wash facilities in 83.5% schools. And similarly, all 153 local governments are implementing the real plan, and especially in this fiscal year, all local levels and schools have make a plan for implementing accelerated learning. They have made a plan. Similarly, during this SESP period, 68 districts and 4 provinces have been declared and province also. Then a total of 251 community learning centers are functional. In fiscal year 2025, 6,210 newly recruited teachers at the basic and secondary levels received job induction training through the Teacher Service Commission. 44,641 teachers at the basic and secondary level completed a 1 month capacity development, ICT based online offline training at learning improvement. Then similarly, 450 local governments have established and implemented a teacher professional support system. 54.2% of schools have ICT equipment and infrastructure. 78.2% of schools have access to electricity, including alternative sources. 58.6% of schools have a broadband internet connections. Then capacity development activities were conducted for 29,000 school management committee, parent teacher association, and head teachers. The number shows that in total 29,000 stakeholders were capacitated. Then 99% of community schools conducted social audits using school report cards. That was also great achievement of social audit. And okay, these are the major achievements during the implementation of SESP in 2024-25. Similarly, to implement the SESP, we have some other programs to support our SESP goals and objectives. In the Red Book support for quality education means we can say also education for all, ECED. We can also use Red Book support for quality education, and especially in this area, the UNICEF contributes directly to SESP result area. The major SESP result area are equitable access to quality early learning opportunities, area number 1, and area number 2, improve learning outcomes by supporting initiatives that enhance learning environment, strength facilitator capacity, and integrate resilience into early education system. These are the basic result area of Red Book support for quality education. UNICEF contributes these areas. Then in fiscal year 2024-25, the program was implemented by only CHRD and ERO with a total budget allocation was 27.40 million. But we are not satisfied for the financial progress. Only nearly about 14% progress, financial progress. But physical progress was reached 65.21%. The major constraint of this program was mainly due to the need to adjust the reconciliation of timeline, for which government and UNICEF looking at adjustment in the liquidization modality of the Red Book support. There is another program for midday meal program, especially the government and WFP jointly implementing this midday meal program. This program was implemented through two models, cash model and kind-based. 24 districts, the government provides cash to schools and local levels, and in 3 districts, Bajura, Bajang and Darchula of the Sudur Paschim province, the World Food WFP provides midday meal as a kind support. In 24-25, the government allocated 8.42 billion. Then almost 2.7 billion students benefited from midday meal program, and WFP provided 32.32 million for the kind-based model in the target districts, and where 85,339 students from ECD to grade 8 were benefited from that program. That was the progress of the midday meal program. Similarly, under the CHRD, there is one education cluster. The progress of during the 24-25, the cluster contributions. Also, we have to acknowledge the cluster contributions. The cluster members under Nepal Education Cluster have supported government, complement and supplement its plan, policy and priorities through various activities executed by them. In their working areas, in the close coordination and collaboration with CHRD, and in CHRD, in central level, in province level and local level, there was a network of cluster coordination network was also established. In fiscal year 2024-25, a total of 42 cluster meetings at federal level was held with their presence and coverage of almost all the province, district and local level through various intervention in education, especially for supporting and strengthening local government through construction and renovation of education facilities such as school building, classroom, wash facilities. And another function was that is there any disaster or any other distribution of learning loss, then at that time the cluster was actively engaged to collect the information and to support the, to set the priority and implement the plan also. Now in coordination and collaboration, we would like to acknowledge the contributions of INGO also. CHRD was developed one template for mapping the contributions of INGO, but a very limited time. I would like to thanks AIN to compile all the information within a very short period of time. So we just mentioned the contributions of INGO in 2024-25. In this template, a total 27 INGOs are reported activities during the fiscal year, and with a combined financial allocation of Nepalese rupees 2.42 billion and expenditure of NPR 1.78 billion. reflecting an overall utilization rate of approximately 73%. While this indicates good progress in program delivery, of few organizations did not provide full budget. We realize that not provided full budget and expenditure data despite being provided with standard reporting templates. So in our tomorrow session, AIN also present the contributions of last year contributions, total budget and programs also. So is there any necessary things to be updated in this template? We will closely coordination with AIN and other INGOs to complete this template also. Now, the overall reflections and lesson learned during the implementation in 2024-25, I already mentioned that the local level progress 89.33%, provincial level 57.46%, and federal level 24.41%, and the major barriers or major issues to implement the program, I already mentioned that. Despite these circumstances, various efforts had been made from the federal level for program implementation. The Ministry and CHRD and other central level agency implemented several meetings, several workshops were conducted in online and face-to-face for the effective implementation of the program. Similarly, new procedures and guidelines were developed in fiscal year 2024-25. They were disseminated and implemented also. In district level, province level, and local level workshops, enhanced coordination and harmonization across government levels. Then we did continuous communication and collaboration was done to strengthen the effective delivery of education service. These are the from our government side to implement the overall programs and activities in provincial level and local level programs. So we did several initiatives to implement the programs. Now, in previous year's status report, we mentioned the best practices that we thought that these were the best practices. But at this time, these best practices were received from the local level, province level officers. Because in this fiscal year, we did the same things in different way. All the 3 tiers of government and including development partners were represented not only one day, not only 1 hour, in 5 days. We discussed educational policy, plan, programs. We discussed several issues. We think that the level of understanding, the level of thinking were different. So we realized that. We learned many things from the local level and provincial level orientation program. So we reviewed SESP progress, implementation, challenges, best practices. So I strongly mention that in Gandaki province and Lumbini province, we did GRM similarly like that. Many of the development partners were participate. So we came some important best practices from their own best practices. In some have this is best practices, in other local levels, another have best practices. So we have to collect these best practices from the local level and provincial level. We compiled, and just I want to highlight some best practices to implement the SESP during the period of 2024-25. In access and enrollment, ensuring all children are enrolled, including marginalized groups also. Targeted campaigns for out-of-school children. promoting early grade enrollment. Local levels reflect that these are the best practices for access and enrollment. Similarly, in equity and inclusion, support for disadvantaged groups, girls, Dalit children with disabilities, scholarships and learning support programs, inclusive and equitable learning opportunities in all schools. In curriculum and learning, implement competency-based child-centered teaching methods, regular update and localization of textbooks and local curriculum, effective implementation of the local curriculum. Then in teacher management and development, transparent teacher recruitment and deployment, continuous professional development of mentoring program, teachers deployed based on the local needs and student population. Similarly, in learning assessment and evaluation, standardized assessment at different grades, using assessment results to guide remedial programs. In IMIS and data management, accurate data collection on students, teachers and schools, evidence-based decision making using IMIS data. In local level planning, integrate of SESP into local education planning and budgeting. In community engagement, active involvement of parents, SMC and local communities, awareness programs to support enrollment, retention and learning. In infrastructure and learning environment, safe, child-friendly classroom, sanitation and water facilities, adequate learning materials and resources for all schools. These are the best practices for the implementation of SESP. So we directly received from the local levels, province levels, and we just kept in this best practice. Now, I want to highlight some summary of DLI status. There are 98 total DLIs. In the progress of year 1, year 2, year 3, we can observe that in prior results. In year 1, there are total 17 DLIs for year 1, year 2 23 DLIs, year 3 23, year 4 16, and year 5 16. Now on the progress of first year, in the progress of first year DLI, 15 DLIs were completed. And in second year, 17 DLIs were completed. In third year, one DLI was completed. In year 2, one DLI, and in year 4, one DLI was partially completed. And in the process achievement report in drafting means in year 2, one achievement report, and in year 3, 12 achievement report in drafting, and they are very soon they are ready to share. In first year 1 DLI, second year 3 DLI, and third year 8 DLI, and fourth year 3 DLI, they are in ongoing activities we are implementing now. Then in fourth year, there are 11 DLIs that are in implementation phase. After the completion of this fiscal year, we achieved information and progress also. Then in our SESP MTR workshop, we proposed some DLI for restructuring, but it would be not decided yet. So we think that we discussed with our DPs and government side to rethink and to restructure of some DLIs. So this was the status of DLI. Then the total disbursement details of development partners from 2024 to 25. The disbursement in 2024-25 and the total disbursement of details in 2022 to 24-25. It means in this, in last year, in 2024-25, total 19 billion budget was dispersed, and in total during the SESP period, total 24 billion budget was dispersed. That was the status of the DLI disbursement details. Okay, now I want to continue. During our documentation phase, our development partners provided some feedbacks, comments to improve our documents. So we heartily respected and we heartily accepted these comments Basically, two types of comments that we received. One is overall comment of the status report, and another is a specific comment for a specific chapter and a specific achievement. So we discussed the comments, and we agreed to response. Some information, some statements are written here. If we cannot respond, or later we can discuss also, no matter, everybody, we all are responsible to implement SESP. So we can discuss later on. In the structure and composition of the report, the comments are some of the information are overlapping, some of the parts are missing, and some of the information need to be highlighted. Yeah? These things are mentioned in the structure and composition of the report. Then we did a lot of work to finalize this status report, but we need to some work. We need to some work, and after the finalization of SESP status report, we will share again to complete the information. So noticeable improvement will be made in the next reporting cycle. We mentioned that. When executive summary has been consolidated and we distribute also. The details on the repetition and achievement by components are already included in the KPIs and in respective sections also. So these things for that comments. Then another was that for consolidation to further improve the reader experience of the report, means the report could start by preparing the table. I already mentioned that this is just status report, not analytical report. So the status, the programs are already mentioned there. The budget was already mentioned there. Whether the program are implemented or not, then how much the budget was spent or not. Yeah. The status report shows that the major achievement and major area for improvement. We mentioned that. So that was not analytical report. Just those who wants to get information, this status report can easily get the information. The progress against the SESP KPI and DLIs, it means there are some KPIs. System improvement including IMIS has result better and reliable achievement data including some indicators that have lagged. We received from the feedback in the data including some indicators that have lagging. Then this is indeed a subject to be discussed during the GRM. Some indicators we need to be discussed. We discussed in SSP MTR session also, and some indicators after this presentation, major KPI will present, then at that time we will compare. We will compare the some major KPI, then at that time we will discuss for the result. Then another comment, digital readiness is progressing, teacher capacity and sustained improvement in student learning and lacking. The report reveals the status. This is to be further discussed because digital teacher training, professional support, we need to discuss further in this session. The DLI progress, a complete set of DLI is current status I already mentioned, and others necessary information from DLI is shared in the folder. This is on measure effectiveness of TPD training in improving students and learning. I already mentioned that only 62% budget of teacher training was spent in the last year. So in teacher training or teacher professional development, we need to further discuss in the GRM sessions, in these sessions. Then further analysis on TPD will be included in this report. The total 12,000 teachers. In last year, 12,000 teachers got the opportunity to receive different types of training. But this data we collect manually, not our system collects. Yeah, in federal funding, Then findings to be prioritized in the GRM discussion means there are also some indicators. Everybody knows that EMIS is in transition from its old system to improved one. So as a result of data is expected to bring some noticeable change. In last year, the NER of basic education was 94.1. But our respected Joint Secretary Shiva sir already mentioned that the NER reached 97.7%. So, then regarding the subject matter of ECED, after this presentation, ELDS reports provides further clarification on ECED. This report will presented later on. So this report will support to address this suggestion. Then another capacity of local government. Yeah, the major challenges is that to strengthen the capacity of local government. So local government officials have got the opportunity to develop their capacity. CHRD, provincial level government and other institutions were provided some type of capacity development program. In the budget execution of federal level, I already mentioned that, and our DG sir also highlighted the major obstacles and major issues of budget implementation. Then ECED also, the outcome and implication of the mapping of ECED centers and schools will be shared for further discussion with the JP to inform any actions to be reflected in SEP-WPB. We just mentioned that. Then another, these are the general comments. Now I want to share the specific comments. In specific comments, one statement was written there: 353 local levels have developed, not developed, but they have the opportunity to participate in the capacity development training in educational planning and other things. So at that time, the information has been corrected. So in 153 local levels have received capacity building training. 353 LG plans have already been approved. 129 local levels have been uploaded their local level education plan, and 215 local level plan have been appraisal. That was the current status of this local level education plan. Then another, it will be useful to provide clear association between financial progress program output and system level outcomes. That suggestion, the suggested additional paragraphs has been added to reflect the financial progress. Yeah, we just added some clarify of this financial progress and updated our status report and shared to this folder. Then another specific comment is that how many local levels topped up ECD teacher salary is required for the government to reach minimum salary scales. It's difficult to say that. The exact number is hard to identify, but in our EMIS data says that 710 local governments provide top of. So we understand that the local government have topped up ECD teacher salary to reach minimum salary scales. Whether they able to get minimum salary or not, but 710 local governments top up the remuneration of the local levels. We use ECD instead of ECED instead of ECD. We updated that ECED in several in our chapter. We use ECED, not ECD. Similarly, clear connection between ECD goals and Nepal's SDG 4.2 targets. The specific comment was that. Then the response: this is beyond the current scope of the status report. Yeah. In ECED section. In the major programs, we have not mentioned that SDG 4.2 target in our programs. So that was the behind of the report. The report stated that the government also successfully updated, disseminated the national ECD minimum standard. Yeah, the SESP plan was target to develop the national ECD minimum standard and cost sharing framework. the SESP was envisioned, but at this time, this was not developed till now. 110 local governments found ECD, that are the same things, I already mentioned that. Update and improve the curriculum for ECD. I already mentioned curriculum this especially for curriculum CDC colleagues shared this response to us. Then in ECD curriculum, curriculum has been approved by the subject committee and to coordination committee. So the new schedule for the approval by the National Curriculum Development and Evaluation Council, its schedule. The information was shared in the TWG meeting held on 17 November. It means in that meeting, the curriculum was shared. Then another ECD that has been corrected accordingly in this report. We use ECD. Then carry out mapping and rationalize and integrated basic schools. The outcomes of implication of the mapping of ECD centers and schools will be shared for further discussion with the joint financing partners. So we discussed in our SESP midterm review. Also, we also discuss in mapping of ECD and mapping of schools and small schools and satellite schools, etc. We think that we discussed so many times. And prepare and implement a strategy for bringing all out of school children to schools. The action plan, it means in last year program implementation procedure, we mentioned that the list of 150 local levels name was written in that document. But in this year, not only 150, 153 local government received the budget to implement equity index, free and basic compulsory education, and out of school children. So the local levels have made a plan to implement 3 types of programs, and including this budget. So no need to mention 150 local levels. All 153 local levels have got this opportunity in this year. Provide a scholarship or uniforms. We have just reported the status. We can discuss for further analysis on how to increase the number of students. It means in pro-poor scholarship, 65,000 students received pro-poor, but the target was 93. In various reasons, they did not receive the scholarship. But this year, CHRD noticed to implement to fulfill to fill up the form. We also disseminate local levels to use these formats, to use these tools. So that's why in this year, the number of students will increasing. Progress of free secondary education and mapping is well captured by the narrative. The narrative will be elaborated on this point accordingly. We narrate it as the feedback we received. Now, there is one specific comment for especially for Curriculum Development Center, CDC, Curriculum and Evaluation. It means integrated curriculum, training, TLM, TSM, and etc. and integrated curriculum. These things in specific comment. Then we get the response from CDC colleagues. Then stakeholders' feedback and research recommendations by CDC and IBSE on integrated curriculum assessment guidelines has been addressed. The curriculum has been updated and is approved by subject committee and coordination committee. It is currently a process of approval. It was shared to the TWG meeting, and after the approval of the curriculum, then that TLM will be developed. A certain DLI required restructuring. We already mentioned that. Then the development partners know the restructuring status of DLI. Yeah, we already mentioned that. The DLI status update has been shared. Yeah, a separate matrix is also included. Regarding the USAID DLI, the targets included under the SESP and hence will be implemented planned DLI are arrangement to enable disbursement that we'll also discussed in midterm review. the progress on table 1.3 and 1.4 are missing, we incorporate that progress. The missing progress will be added in this report. The quality assurance mechanism put in place for the midday meal provision also. Yeah, we in our provincial level dissemination workshop, we mostly highlighted the homegrown framework of school feeding. We highlighted, we disseminated, we allocated the budget of 100 local level government to implement homegrown school feeding framework. Enrollment in science subject in grade 11 and 12, the progress is being obtained and will be reflected accordingly. If there is any clarity, we will discuss later on. Then the narrative will be elaborated to reflect on the progress about regarding that specific comment. We respond that comment. Then promote green, clean, peaceful and safe schools. The progress on promoting green schools will be corrected and aligned with the outcomes of CHRD mapping. Then our comprehensive school safety guideline, green school guidelines, that will be also in the approval process. So while they approved, then we will incorporate the major activities included in our next year programs also. The contributions of INGO, I already mentioned that we shared a comprehensive mapping of contributions to the AIN EWG to get adequate information for reflecting. So this is the status report, and waiting for AIN to provide this based on the which sections of the report will be further updated. We will work on that report. We also update this template too. So these are the basic status, then major interventions and status of the SESP implementation. One thing I want to highlight that in my previous presentation, I also mentioned that. I would like to acknowledge the contributions, especially for LEDGP for our provincial level program. So I committed that after in the end of this fiscal year, all 7,153 local government will develop and approve their local level education plan. Not only developed and approved with the guidelines that we have developed on the basis of JC responsive and climate resilience local level education plan. That is my commitment. Yeah. Because we are very excited. We are very excited at this movement because local level education development partner group and government, we discussed, we did a lot of exercise to develop and implement and to approve their education plan. So I would like to thank. Then at last, we are traveling in the same boat. If the boat sinks, then we all are at risk. So this is the time. This is the time for acknowledging our gaps, challenges and issues, and we committed to fulfill our goals and objectives that the plan has already set. So we must work but not wait. Thank you very much for your active listening and passion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Neelkantha sir. Congratulations to you for your detailed and comprehensive presentation with the response of specific comments. Then Bhakta Godar sir, please, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Respected chair, co-chair, development partners, respected DG and joint secretaries, and all the distinguished guests, and other ladies and gentlemen. And now I am going to continue this presentation. In this presentation is related to EMIS, and I am going to focus on progress on KPIs and PRF, which is collected by the EMIS system. And in this presentation, I am going to cover basically these three areas. First one is progress of KPIs and PRF. That will be the comparison of SESP first year to this current year, and response of the consolidated comments on EMIS. And the last one is EMIS system, some key points that are made in EMIS system enhancement and strengthening. Now let's move to the first slide, which is related to GR in ECD. And this indicator is related to is the comparison of population, projected population of ECD group and enrollment. And when we see the comparison, there is 1.2 million population is now in our ECD classes, that is our enrollment, and 1.1 million projected population is can be seen there. It is this population projection is taken from the NSO office, and now the achievement is 121.4 because the total enrollment is greater than the population, so it goes up high from 100%. So higher participation can be seen here. And next, Shiva sir, yes, already highlighted this indicator, our joint secretary. And we can see here improved achievement from last 2 years. And for this achievement, I think we have two regions. We have two regions. The first one is the date of birth validation is included in our EMIS system. And that validation says if the student's date of birth is higher than 3 years out of the official age group, then the system indicates that please recheck the date of birth and proceed forward. And the second one is we received the official projected population from NSO office and use it. And now this indicator is automatically calculated in the EMIS system that we can see live in the equity index, which is in EMIS dashboard. And when we move to the GR at that level, basic level 1 to 8, there we can see the achievement 124.0, and we against the target 113. And we see here every year's achievement is almost the same. So this indicator seems stable. And next, about this indicator, our Shiva sir already highlighted this improvement. And here is the comparison between latest 2 years, 2081 and 82, and it is level-wise. And in this level grade 1 to 5, the promotion, repetition, and dropout rate. And here we can see that promotion rate is in this grade, we have significant, we can see significant achievement, which is nearly 7% point up from the last year. And in the dropout rate, we can see it is dropped down from 8.2 to 2.2. That is about 6% improvement can be seen here. But in the case of repetition rate, there is not much progress as we expected. And when we move to the next level, grade 6 to 8, here also we can see some achievement in promotion rate, 87.7 to 4 to 88.2. But in dropout rate, here we can also see significant achievement from 5.4 to 2, which is 3 points percent progress. But in the case of repetition rate, it is still higher here. And in the secondary level, 9 to 10, here also you can see promotion rate, some improvement, and dropout rate, there we can see significant change, improvement from 4.7 to 1.7, that is 3 percent improvement. But in the case of repetition, there still remains some challenges we can see. And let's move to the next slide, that is related to survival rate to grade 8. As we know that this indicator is directly related to dropout rate. Now our dropout rate in basic level is about 2.2. By this dropout rate, this achievement 79.0 seems satisfactory. But here we can see the our target is somehow higher. And when we move to the survival rate to grade 10, here the target is 73.1. But we already seen that our dropout rate is very low in secondary level, that is 1 point something. So this rate has risen to 75.1 against the target 73.1. And in the case of female teacher, basic level 1 to 5, the progress trend line is above the our target line everywhere we can see here, but some ups and down can be seen here, but is always in of the progress our target line. And when we move to the student teacher ratio of community schools, here is the comparison of 3 years, 80, 81, and 82. Every year, if we see the comparison, we see that STR trend seems slightly moving down every year, but it is stable. It seems stable, not so much fluctuated. And when we move to the school student ratio in community school, here is also the 3 years comparison and grade wise, grade 1 to 5, 6 to 8, and 9 to 10. It seems almost the same every year, every 3 years. And in this slide, it is about Pro for scholarship. And last year, 2081, it was very small student received the this Pro for scholarship. That was only 6,093. But this year, students that applied this scholarship was about 2 lakhs and more than 2 lakhs and 55,000, and out of them 66,618 students received the scholarship. This scholarship. This is the data of class 5 and class 8. So we can say that this scholarship is being nationwide. And I move to the responses that was related to ME system. There are only 4 points. The first one is progress on SESP key performance indicators. The comments was narrative and data not matched. As we have already shared that the data of Flash 1 we shared at that time was very preliminary. Now almost the fields are completed this time, but it is still it is under development, under progress, or we have some time. It will take some time to finalize the Phase 1 report. So when it completes, and then we'll get the reliable and complete data. And the second one is about teacher management, or TPD, as our Nilkanta sir already mentioned about it. TPD, teacher training related data, is being updated. And the second comment was reduction in teacher at basic level 1 to 5. But the data, the table we have presented there, the table anywhere not seen that the teacher is reduction, but it is up from the last year. And the third point is about early childhood education. Here the comment is the explanation of girls' enrollment should be need to clarify. That this point is in this point we have noted that we'll make clear explanation in our final version. And the last comment was about basic level education. That was related the data presented in our consolidated data, that was 79 to 80. And that it says that some variation was found in repetition rate. But we revisited that table, that no large variation was found in the table as commented. And let's move to the next slide, which is about the capacity enhancement of EMIS system. First one is server capacity enhancement. Until last year, the EMIS user had to face many problems in opening, operating, report downloading, and exporting. So we discussed last year JRM session how to improve in GIDC server. So this year CHRD shifted 2 server devices to GIDC. Now after this, now the system is okay. Now we have no problem in opening, operating, reporting, report downloading, and exporting. So this problem has been solved now. And next, recently we have included 2 demand forms, also said request form in the EMIS system. That is, one is related to salary demand form of the teachers, and another is other grants demand form that is provided by local levels to schools. And these 2 demand form, now every LGs are using these 2 demands form to release the teacher salary and other grants that are to be provided from LGs to schools. And this salary demand form is linked to individual teacher information, like their level, their type, their appointment status, their rank, and training. And when this demand form is fully implemented in the local levels, then our teacher data will be up to date. And that will help us annual salary estimation or teacher grant estimation for the next year. And other demand form is linked with student disaggregated data. That is student number, girls, Dalit, disability, etc. And this demand form also helps us to up to date this disaggregated student data. And another, we have updated school physical menu in EMIS. When after we update it, more than 22,000, it means 80%, more than 80% community schools updated their infrastructure data related to a school classroom and other information. More than 80% schools updated that data. And using that data, we prepared physical infrastructure master plan depending upon it. And the third one, another important menu we added, that is student transfer menu. This menu helped us in calculation in dropout, as we have already seen that every class or every level's dropout rate has been dropped, has been improved because of this menu. And lastly, I want to share our immediate next plan. And in near future, we are going to make these points in our EMIS system. First one is publish dashboard. Here in this dashboard, we are going to publish our published data, like EMIS data, and publishable data, for example, like school's location, school report card, etc. And second, we are going to integrate our NFE image to this image system. And the third one is grade 8 result. Our grade 8 results before 79, we have in old version or separate system. So many local LGs have to face many problems in it. So we are going to shift that results before 79 to this our new system. And this is our immediate next plan. But regular updating is going on to make our system strong, reliable, and user-friendly. I am at the end of my presentation. So thank you very much. If any comments and suggestion, we welcome your suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DDG Mahendra Parajuli sir, Neelkant sir, Bhakta sir for very informative and very insightful presentation. So now we break for lunch for an hour. Please enjoy the break and look forward to starting the session. Before we go for the lunch, there is a lunch. There is a very short video clip. Please take team.
अपनी महलिया से निकले बेटा के दादा, अपनी महलिया से निकले बेटा के दादा, मनवा रहत मुस्कात जी, मनवा रहत मुस्कात जी। मुरबरदेसा से चल ले बेटी के, अपनी महलिया से निकले बेटा के दादा, अपनी महलिया से निकले बेटा के दादा, मनवा रहत मुस्कात जी, मनवा रहत मुस्कात जी। मुरबरदेसा से चल ले बेटी के, अपनी महलिया से निकले बेटा के दादा, अपनी महलिया से निकले बेटा के दादा, मनवा रहत मुस्कात जी, मनवा रहत मुस्कात जी। मुरबरदेसा से चल ले बेटी के, अपनी महलिया से निकले बेटा के दादा, अपनी महलिया से निकले बेटा के दादा, मनवा रहत मुस्कात जी, मनवा रहत मुस्कात जी। मुरबरदेसा से चल ले बेटी के, अपनी महलिया से निकले बेटा के दादा,
break. Now we'd like to resume the session and would like to request the chair, respected Joint Secretary Sir, for continuing the discussion based on the presentations that we had earlier in the session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Rameshji. Again, colleagues, welcome back from the lunch break. I hope you had lunch and you are pretty energized with fresh power and also enthusiasm. So now we will have a couple of minutes discussion on the presentation that were made by our colleagues from CHRD. And then we'll go into another new presentation. So before the new presentation agenda, I would like to request you colleagues to provide feedback, suggestion, and also your reflections on the presentation that were made by the colleagues. Okay, now floor is yours. We'll take your inputs. Our colleagues will take a note of your inputs. I will have a recording system. So now you are most welcome to provide your inputs. So I think I would like to again have a kind of a little bit of structured modality. That is, before DP colleagues, I would like to ask colleagues representing different ministries, agencies, organizations, teacher union for their input. So I would like to ask the first cluster for their inputs, and then we'll go into another cluster, which is DP colleagues. Then we'll come back to the government colleagues. Okay, now colleagues from the first cluster category. We have colleagues from Mohan Armin and colleagues from Guardians Association, colleagues from Teacher Union. Where are the colleagues from Teacher Union? Already disappeared? Okay, they will come back, I guess. Yeah. Okay. So if you pass your turn, then I'll go to another cluster. Okay, I think...
for that on the TA bit. Very happy to take that conversation forward as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Shiba. So, no, first of all, as Shivani says, congratulations, and also congratulations on the very clear presentation, sometimes a bit long, but no, very good. It provided all the information we need. For me, it's two follow-up questions, in fact. It was mentioned during the presentation that the final status report and flash reports are still under development. Can we have a deadline? Because we will need to include them for the 8th memoir. And then the other one was that in one of the slides about the Propor scholarships, if I'm not mistaken, for the year 81, it said 6,000 something. For the year 82, it said 66,000 and something. So can I have a little bit of information how in 1 year time we multiplied the scholarships by 10? Is there a difference in selection criteria? So just for my understanding, thank you.
Yeah, hi, Anuk, for the clear presentation. Congratulations, Nilkantha sir. Thank you very much. And just one or two questions, I would say. There was, in your presentation and also in the status report, the scholarship for the disadvantaged and marginalized children, the number of the scholarship recipients have reduced more than 50% compared to previous year, last year. So what could be the reason behind this? That is one question. And another one was very interesting. More than 2,000 CLCs have been upgraded and functional, but I'm a little bit interested what sort of upgradation have been made from what situation to what situation now. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. First of all, congratulations again to the Ministry and the CHRD team, as always, for making such a wonderful, detailed presentation. I also wanted to come back to Nilkantha. I liked what you said, something about being in the boat and sinking or something like that. But I like to say that, you know, we're building the ship as it sails. I mean, I don't want us to be drowning, but we're building the ship as we sail. And I think that's a very good metaphor, very accurate. You did note a couple of things in the presentations about the Red Book reconciliation challenges. So thanks for pointing that out. And as you noted, we're working with CHRD to resolve that modality, because our goal moving forward is to be able to utilize more of the Red Book mechanism for on-budget program-based support. So I think we need to continue finding a solution to that, and the sooner the better, hopefully. There was also some really great progress that's been listed on the local planning, with the 353 plans that have been completed and all the support to the remaining local governments. But I think it would be useful for the local planning thematic working group to review those finalized LEPs, at a minimum, the local education plans, to identify what their priorities and needs are moving forward. And I know this did come out a little bit in the MTR SESP revision discussions, but that would be a good compass, if you will, to help us identify what relevant priority actions are needed moving forward, and really demand-driven, so that would be very helpful. The other point, you know, you showed the local government budget utilization, which is almost the same as last year. But I think what that highlights is, and again, this has been mentioned in the MTR SESP revision workshop, but moving forward, I think it would be useful to identify those specific, you know, bottlenecks. What are those specific capacity development needs that the local governments, also the provincial governments, need to help them move forward with effectively utilizing their resources, so that those plans that are being developed are actually going to be implemented effectively. The other one around the more than 700 local governments that have been investing in ECED, I mean, I think that's an amazing piece of data. And, you know, we're very happy to be supporting the ministry follow up on tracking those investments locally. And I know that with some of the plans we've been supporting, I think it's with the EU collaboration, and Finland also, the current work, there are around 150 local governments that we've been supporting completing their plans. And our team has done a mapping of what some of the investments have been, additional investments have been there. And doing that more broadly might be very useful for some of the broader GP financing in terms of leveraging additional finances. So again, we're also happy to help the team move on that. It was great to see some of the progress in terms of reduction of school dropout, but I think my question, and it's a little bit related to Anuk's point about the scholarships being increased significantly. I mean, you know, by 50,000 almost, something like that, based on the data that was shared. Beyond the tweaks to the EMIS, I'm wondering if we could do a bit of a follow-up to unpack what additional measures might have been implemented to reduce dropouts, because I know that was a big issue that was listed in this study that was done, that's still kind of sitting on the ministry's desk. But I know there were a lot of really useful recommendations to address these sorts of issues, and it'd be good to know if any of those recommendations were being acted on, and to what extent they've been successful in addressing some of these issues. But I think that's it from my side. But really great. Thank you so much. Yeah. Well, actually, one point though, and I know this came out in the MTR, but the MTR had pointed out inconsistencies between some of the reporting in the flash reports and the IEMIS and so on. And I think you know, and I know you're cleaning it up, and I think that's great, and this is just a preliminary draft report, but there are these inconsistencies between what was presented earlier. Like, I think at one point you said 9% dropout at grade 1, and then on page 6 of the report it says 4.4% dropout in grade 1. Yeah, and then in another point, I think there was another figure mentioned. So it'd be really good to consolidate and just kind of clean all of that up. But I think you know that. But it does stand out when you look at the report. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nilkanta sir, for a very good presentation. I have one question. You mentioned this midday meals program and then this quality assurance method at the local level. So if you could describe that, or some of your team members could describe what that means in practice. Is it some way connected to this homegrown school feeding framework, or how this quality assurance method works in practice at the local level? Thank you.
Can I also add in? Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Like Shivani, I missed the first part of the presentation because I was in the meeting with the minister, so I wasn't really sure what was covered there. But in terms of the second part, when Nilkanta sir was presenting, thank you for a very comprehensive presentation. I think just on adding to what Shivani said, right, on the getting data out in public domain for EMIs, it's really, really good to hear. It's taken us a long time. It's something we have been pushing for since SSDP period, right? So it's really good to see that. I think with that, if we can also make school data available, I think that also will generate a lot of curiosity and research from universities as well. That will allow students to do research around, of course, the data that can be shared, right? Not the student level information, but at least some critical data at the school level, so that research can also happen beyond this group and can be used, for further refinement. On the budget execution information, I think we do need to unpack the low budget execution rate at the federal level. There's some, I think you presented on the policy inconsistency or lack of clarity in terms of, especially when we introduce new ideas, right? But then how do we continue to do that? What has not been implemented last year, did we continue budget for this year, and did we try to implement, right? So that, continuity, do we have that or not? And also, maybe we need to separate recurrent budget from a development budget, both at the federal level and the local and the provincial level. So if you look at the local level, salaries, we have 90%. I think if we don't have 95% on salary disbursement, then we are in really trouble, right? So that we expect salaries, teacher, textbooks, those are recurrent costs. We expect local governments by now be able to disperse those, and we do need to see 95% compliance or utilization on that, right? I think where we need to focus more on is how do, the capacity of local governments to actually deliver on the development budget, right, the program budget, and how do we unless we do the analysis and look at what kind of activities local governments have trouble utilizing the budget for, it will be difficult for us to actually build a capacity development element around it. So maybe doing that, not for this one, maybe, I know you are already working on updating it. It will be good to have an updated version of the status report, maybe not with all of this disaggregation, but as we look forward for next year's, status report, maybe these are the things we can, think about. On the DLI, I think there needs to be a little bit more information for year 3 progress. You presented the table, right? But it's very difficult for us to say, right? Shivaji will ask on Thursday, what is your commitment for this year? Unless I know where we are on whether we are on track in terms of achieving year 3 DLI or not, I will not be able to provide that information or assurance, right? That the bank will disperse, against this DLI, which based on your presentation has been achieved or is on track to being achieved. For example, the minimum enabling condition. So there's a DLI, in year 3, we are supposed to see improvement by 6 percentage points. We have seen some improvement, maybe not 6 percentage points, but some improvement, right? That allows us to at least plan for partial disbursement. So those kind of details should be there for the DLIs. So hopefully when you submit the status report, the final version, those details, will also be presented. Of course, Given that we support DLI very closely, we know where you are, but I think, as part of documentation, that should be included as well. Yeah, I'll stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sirs, for the wonderful presentation. So we had a very good glimpse of where we are with the SESP. I have 3 points. So one is basically what is presented today as progress against KPIs and PRF. So what is presented today and what was shared with us earlier in the JRM documents. So there are some inconsistencies in places. So, which means we are also having informal consultations with the CHRD team. And what is presented today is the final data. That's the assurance that we got. So according to this data and what we have recorded in MTR as progress, so there are some inconsistencies there. So based on this presentation, we'll have to update the aid memoir for the MTR as well, where we are recording, for example, lack of progress in survival rate to grade 10. But now we have the data which says, okay, that survival rate has drastically increased. So one is just to reconfirm that the KPI and the PRF results framework presented today, this is the latest final one. The second one is related to when Nilkanta sir was making the presentation earlier on the status report. So sir said we had to physically call a lot of schools to verify their physical progress. So I know with the implementation of Sutra, so there has been an institutionalized reporting mechanism for collection of financial information. So currently, is there any such type of thing with respect to reporting of physical progress, or is it still based on personal networks and relationships? So that's the second question. And the third one is, this is something what Maya pointed out earlier in her comments as well. So even at the local level, the progress, financial progress is not above 90%. Would it be possible for us to further disaggregate and say, based on our own visits to different local governments, so we know that the amount allocated for certain grants is not fully utilized and it is frozen at the end of the fiscal year, like grants for midday meals. We say ₹15 is not enough, but I have seen many local governments where they have to, in fact, refund 30% or 40% of that back to the central treasury because they cannot spend that amount. And there may be cases with other allocated grant hits as well. So, do we have a clear understanding, a clear disaggregation of what % of the budget is returned to the central treasury because it cannot be utilized by, fully utilized by the local governments in the in the assigned budget categories. Thank you, sir.
I don't know what to. Sorry. Thank you for a very clear presentation. I think presentation is very clear and it gives real detail of the issues concerned. I have 2-3 suggestions only. Maybe they have policy implications. One is, almost half of the local levels have prepared their local level planning, education planning. But it was a very enthusiastic move for them and they have done. But by the time, they will be frustrated if we don't give any sort of support to them. So would it be possible to provide some grant to forward local level planning in the days to come? That's one important thing I will keep, because this plan is prepared, and if this plan is not revisited again, then that will be, again, it will be the shelf thing. I mean, put in the shelves. So that is one submission from our side. And the second is, the teacher training have been done, and the teacher professional summit, professional development framework implemented, and those many of the local levels have established that type of mechanism in the field. But with even having with that, the result to the learning achievement of the students have not seen so increased. So how I mean, that is mechanical installation, or that is really functioning. That should also be seen regularly. That is the second thing I want to request. And third, the SAS school accounting software. Until now, we have got the result of just financial expenditure tracking. So that if we have this school accounting software could be installed in many schools, in almost all the schools, that will help us to bring the physical data to. That's the third thing I will do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Janardhan. Okay, Jayji, from the World Bank.
Thank you, Shiva sir. All the presentations were excellent. I just want to highlight two of the statistics that were presented. One is around dropout rate and this kind of leakage in the system. Overall is around 2% only, but the spikes happen at grade 1 and grade 8. So I think it's mostly related to quality aspects of the education system that we need to take care of. And as Shiva sir presented during MTR workshop, the 3 areas: aspiration of youth, what does education mean to us, and finally, how do we get there? So those can be handled through reduction of dropout and repetition rates in grade 1 and grade 8. The second one I want to highlight is around school-student ratio, but also on student-teacher ratio. So if you look at overall, it's very healthy actually. I think it's better than developed countries. Secondary student-teacher ratio is 1:16, and basic is 1:31. It's way below our norms of 40, 45, and 50, Mountain Hill and Tarai. What I want to highlight on this one is, I know we read in status report, school mapping and community school adjustment and merging standards are all there. So I just want to ask, not the presenters, but the whole system, have we analyzed population trend, migration trend, and school mapping? How far the schools will be from households once we start merging these schools or adjusting these schools? And how do we communicate these to stakeholders so that it does not become emotional aspects? So my grandfathers had donated this land, my parents had built these schools, those that we learned from stakeholders last time. So how can we support in this area so that we will be doing something differently? Because as we discussed during our MTR sessions, we are not changing our KPIs, but we have to do something differently to achieve different results. So what are the areas that we can do better? That would be great. Thank you.
Now I think we covered the feedback suggestion from the colleagues. Anna, okay, so what about the screen colleagues, online colleagues here? Okay. Oh, Dipendra sir. Okay. And now, yes, if he is hearing us, then probably. Sir, okay. Would like to request you for your feedback and comments, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I think I will be using the interpretation facility, so I will be speaking in Nepali. सबभन्दा पहिला त मलाई समय दिनुभयो मिस्टर चेयर एन्ड साथीहरू धन्यवाद दिन चाहे दुईवटा एक्सलेन्ट प्रेजेन्टेसनहरू भए साह्रै राम्रो प्रेजेन्टेसनहरू भए एकदम यसले चाहिँ मन मस्तिष्कलाई नै होइन एउटा झन्झनाउने खालका प्रेजेन्टेसनहरू भए धन्यवाद दिन चाहे मैले मेरो तिनवटा मात्रै छोटकरीमा सजेसन भनौँ न अब्जर्भेसन सजेसन छ एउटा चाहिँ हुन त योभन्दा अगाडि मैले आफूलाई फेरि चिनाउन पनि चाहेँ ल म अहिले बिकेको समर्थ कार्यक्रममा एजुकेसन एडभाइजरको रूपमा काम गर्दैछु समर्थ कार्यक्रममा एएसआईको तर्फबाट मैले तिनवटा विषयमा भन्न चाहेँ एउटा फन्डिङ एउटा इन्क्लुसिभ एजुकेसन र एउटा क्यापासिटी बिल्डिङमा छोटकरीमा ल अब फन्डिङमा चाहिँ मैले के भन्न चाहेँ भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ म अब पहिला सचिव बनेर काम गरेको यो शिक्षा मन्त्रालयमा फेरि कन्सल्टेन्सीहरू पनि थुप्रै गरेको खास गरी चाहिँ सरकारलाई होइन यसो परामर्श दिने क्रममा यसका अतिरिक्त चाहिँ अब स्कुल व्यवस्थापन समितिमा 2 टर्म चाहिँ व्यवस्थापन समितिको अध्यक्ष भएको बेला बेलामा चाहिँ एडभाइजर पनि भएको होइन आदि इत्यादि रोलले गर्दाखेरि पनि अलिकति मोरलेस शिक्षा भन्न साथै थोरै मन मस्तिष्कले अलिकति केही गरौँ भन्ने चाहिँ त्यो जाग्छ भावनाहरू होइन यही सिलसिलामा मैले के भन्न चाहेँ भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ अब म आफू सचिव हुँदाखेरि चाहिँ अब डिपिजहरूको फन्डिङमा चाहिँ 21.5% पनि थियो कि हुन त भर्खर कुरा आयो अब क्यापासिटी चाहिँ टु भनौँ न खर्च गर्नमा चाहिँ हाम्रो त्यति क्षमताको विषय पनि कुरा त आएको छ तर फन्डिङ चाहिँ एकदमै कम भएको जस्तो मैले महसुस गरिरहेको छु यति भन्दै गर्दा मलाई अलि लाज त लागिरहेको छ फेरि होइन तर हेरौँ न अब हाम्रो चाहिँ 80%भन्दा बढी स्यालेरीमा खर्च भएको छ म स्कुल व्यवस्थापन समिति त्यहाँ बसेर हेरेँ बच्चाहरूका त अलिकति पुग्नु पऱ्यो नि डेभलपमेन्टका भन्नुहोस् न खर्चहरू होइन हालाकि सरकारले गरेको छ मिड डे मिल खुवाएको छ टेक्स्ट बुक होइन हामीले फ्री दिएको छ आदि इत्यादि स्कलरसिपहरू दिएको छ प्रयत्न गरे सरकारले गरेको छ कि तर त्यो डेभलपमेन्ट फन्डिङमा चाहिँ पैसा कम भयो भन्ने मेरो एकदमै आग्रह छ अब्जर्भेसन छ र डिपिजहरूलाई मैले त्यति आग्रह गर्न चाहेँ होइन इन द मिन टाइम अब फन्डिङको लागि चाहिँ प्राइभेट सेक्टरलाई पनि हामीले झकझगाउनु पर्ने देखिरहेको छु अवसरहरू प्रशस्त छन् प्राइभेट सेक्टरमा होइन उदाहरणको लागि चाहिँ अब हाम्रो अहिले यो राष्ट्रिय चाहिँ शिक्षा नीति पनि परेको छ त्यो विषय चाहिँ अब प्राइभेट सेक्टरको खास गरी स्कुलहरू ब्याङ्कहरू होइन अरू इन्डस्ट्रियल सेक्टरहरू कमर्सियल सेक्टरहरूमा सिएसआरको पैसा छ त्यो पैसालाई चाहिँ अलिकति हामीले पहल गऱ्यौँ भन्ने खुलाएर चाहिँ स्कुलको डेभलपमेन्टल पक्षमा हामीले खर्च गर्न सक्छौँ कि त्यसैले सेन्ट्रल गभर्मेन्ट प्रोभिन्सियल गभर्मेन्ट र इभन लोकल गभर्मेन्टको पनि एक किसिमको चाहिँ सहकार्य हुनुपर्ने देखिरहेको छु होइन र हामी जस्ता एउटा फ्रिल्यान्सर जसको समाजमा केही भन्नुहोस् न नेटवर्किङहरू छ केही छवि छ हामी पनि यसमा चाहिँ मद्दत गर्न तयार छौँ मैले एउटा यो भन्न चाहेँ ओके अब दोस्रो पाटो भनेको चाहिँ अब इन्क्लुसिभ एजुकेसनमा शिक्षा मन्त्रालय चाहिँ पहिलेदेखि नै अगाडि हो होइन म आफू सचिव हुँदाखेरि पनि मैले अहिलेको वर्तमान चाहिँ के छ भन्दाखेरि सर्वोच्च अदालतको चाहिँ हाम्रो माननीय होइन जजबाट चाहिँ स्याबासी पनि पाएको थिएँ मैले होइन यो शिक्षा मन्त्रालय त हिरो है इन्क्लुसिभ एजुकेसनमा तपाईँले राम्रो काम गर्नुभएको छ भन्नुभएको थियो त्यो आजभन्दा 15 वर्ष अगाडि कुरा गर्दैछु म भनेपछि त्यही बेलामा पनि हामी इन्क्लुसिभ एजुकेसनमा चाहिँ धेरै अगाडि बढेका थियौँ सिस्टम छ प्रोसिजरहरू छ सबै बनेको छ कि टुल किटहरू बनेको छ टन्नै छ त्यसमा होइन हामीले केवल भ्यालु एड गरे मात्रै पुग्दैछ त्यो भन्दै गर्दा पनि सरकारलाई थाहा छ हामी सबैलाई थाहा छ खास गरी चाहिँ अब यो स्पेसल एजुकेसनमा चाहिँ हाम्रो चाहिँ ध्यान पुगेको छैन ध्यान पुगेको छ तर हाम्रो के छ भने प्रयासहरू हाम्रा चाहिँ भनौँ न प्लानहरू त्यहाँसम्म पुगेको अवस्था अलिक कम भएको मैले देखिरहेको छु त्यसो भए हुनाले यो चाहिँ स्पेसल एजुकेसनका लागि चाहिँ विशेष ध्यान दिनु पर्यो है भन्ने मेरो एकदमै आग्रह छ हामीले डेफ नियर डेफ होइन तपाईँले शब्दहरू प्रयोग गरेँ ब्लाइन्ड नियर ब्लाइन्ड एकै ठाउँमा पढ्छन् आदि इत्यादि छ है यसका विज्ञ साथीहरू सिस्टमभित्रै हुनुहुन्छ त्यसमा हुनाले यो सेक्टरमा चाहिँ हामीले ध्यान दिनै पर्यो मेरो एकदमै आग्रह गर्न चाहेँ मैले सम्पूर्ण साथीहरू यहाँ हुनुहुन्छ डेभलपमेन्ट पार्टनर यहाँ हुनुहुन्छ त्यसलाई आग्रह गर्न चाहेँ दोस्रो पाटो यो भयो ल अब तेस्रो पाटो मैले भन्न चाहेको चाहिँ एउटा इन्क्लुसिभसँग जोडिएको विषय के छ भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ अब आउट अफ स्कुल चिल्ड्रेनहरू के अब हाम्रो चाहिँ संविधानले दिएको जुन संविधान प्रदत्त हक अधिकारहरू होइन आदि इत्यादि पनि फुलफिल गर्नुपर्छ र त्यो उनीहरूको राइट पनि हो बच्चाहरूको होइन ती बच्चाहरू अहिले पनि केही बच्चाहरू बाहिर छन् हामीसँग यसको तथ्याङ्कहरू छ आइएमआइएसको त्यति राम्रो प्रणाली छ हामीसँग तथ्याङ्कहरू छन् त्यसैले अब ट्रेडिसनल अप्रोचबाट चाहिँ आउट अफ स्कुल चिल्ड्रेन नै हामीले अब भनौँ न एड्रेस गर्न खोजेर हुने देखिरहेको छैन कि होइन भनेपछि हाम्रो त्यो वर्ष दिनमा गरिने भर्ना प्रणाली आदि इत्यादिले अब मलाई चाहिँ त्यो अप्रोचले पुग्दैन त्यसैले अब वान टु वान नै त्यो बच्चा कहाँ छ त्यो बच्चालाई घरमै गएर त्यो बच्चाले त्यो ठाउँमा गएर उसलाई ल्याउने काम चाहिँ गर्नुपर्छ अब गर्ने कसरी भन्ने मैले भन्न चाहेँ कि मलाई के लाग्छ भन्दाखेरि म अब स्कुलको व्यवस्थापन समितिको चाहिँ अध्यक्ष पनि भएको कारणले थोरै बहुत थाहा छ होइन, मैले धाक्लाउनु खोजेको होइन। अब त्यो हाम्रो व्यवस्थापन समितिमा चाहिँ वडा अध्यक्ष या वडाको चाहिँ सदस्य पनि त्यहाँ के सदस्य हुन्छन्। त्यो वडाको चाहिँ पोलिटिसियनलाई, वडाको सदस्य या अध्यक्षलाई चाहिँ त्यो बच्चा कहाँ छ भन्ने थाहा हुन्छ क्या। त्यसो भए हुनाले हामीसँग त्यो च्यानल छ क्या, त्यो च्यानल छ। त्यसो भएर गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ वडालाई नै वडाको सक्रियतामा, एसएमसीको सक्रियतामा नि हामीले 1 to 1 चाहिँ त्यो घरमै गएर त्यो बच्चालाई पक्रेर ल्याउने र रिटेन गर्ने चाहिँ एउटा प्लानमा जानुपर्छ भन्ने मैले देखिरहेको छु। नभए हामीले चाहिँ संवैधानिक जुन हाम्रो हक अधिकार छ त्यो कहिले पनि फुलफिल हुँदै हुँदैन कि, हुँदै हुँदैन। त्यसो भएर गर्दाखेरि एउटा मेरो आग्रह के भने अबको रिफर्म एजेन्डामा चाहिँ त्यो 1 to 1 बच्चाहरूलाई पक्रेर होइन यो च्यानललाई प्रयोग गरेर चाहिँ आउट अफ स्कुल चिल्ड्रेनको समस्यालाई समाधान गर्न पर्यो भन्ने मेरो एउटा सजेसन मैले राख्न चाहेँ। र अन्त्यमा चाहिँ अब अस्ति पिआइपी लुम्बिनीमा पनि म भाग लिने अवसर पाएको थिएँ होइन, समर्थकको तर्फबाट। एउटा प्रमुख चाहिँ के देखिन्छ भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ अब कतिपय चाहिँ नयाँ हाम्रा चाहिँ स्कुल एजुकेसनका अफिसरहरूलाई चाहिँ डिएलआईका बारेमा, डिएलआईको प्रोटोकलका बारेमा, रिजल्ट बेस्ड डिस्बर्समेन्टका बारेमा त्यति जानकारी छैन कि। जबकि हाम्रो मेन भनौँ न एउटा प्रमुख औजार भनेको त्यही हो, इन्स्ट्रुमेन्ट भनेको त्यही हो। त्यस भावनाले त्यो हाम्रो चाहिँ अब आउने क्यापासिटी बिल्डिङमा चाहिँ हाम्रो चाहिँ भनौँ ट्रेडिसनल जुन अप्रोचहरू छ त्यो त चाहिन्छ नै छन् त, चाहिन्छ नचाहिन्छ होइन। तर मोर डिएलआई फोकस गरेर, प्रोटोकलमा फोकस गरेर होइन, सानोतिनो 1-2 दिनको मात्रै भए पनि के छ भन्दाखेरि हामीले चाहिँ क्यापासिटी बिल्डिङ कामहरू गर्न पायौँ भने चाहिँ वास्तवमा सेन्ट्रल गभर्मेन्टको चाहिँ यो डिएलआई फुलफिलमेन्टको लागि आवश्यक पर्ने रिपोर्टिङका समस्याहरूको लागि धेरै ठुलो चाहिँ नि एउटा सहयोग पनि हुने म देख्दछु। त्यसो भएको हुनाले गर्दा नि त्यो विषय पनि राख्न चाहेँ। मलाई मौका दिनुभयो, धन्यवाद दिन चाहेँ। हस्, थ्याङ्क यू सो मच।
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dipendra Vikram, sir. Okay, now, okay, you from Guardians Association, right? Okay, thank you, sir.
सबैजना नमस्कार। सरले जुन किसिमको प्रेजेन्टेसन गर्नुभयो त्यसको लागि म हार्दिक धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु र मन्त्रालयलाई पनि विशेष धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु। अनि मैले एउटा कुरो के भन्न चाहेँ भने अब यो क्वालिटी भन्ने कुरो 7/4 दुधलाई नापे जस्तो क्वालिटी पनि हुँदैन। अब त्यो ठाउँ परिवेश अनुसारको हुन्छ। टिचरहरूको क्वालिटी कस्तो छ भन्ने कुरामा विद्यार्थी भर पर्छ जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई एक हिसाबले चाहिँ। त्यसमाथि फेरि गार्जियनले कति समय दिन्छ भन्ने कुरो पनि क्वालिटी छ। विद्यालयमा गएर बच्चा चाहिँ जम्मा 6 घन्टा बस्छ, त्योभन्दा बाहेक 18 घन्टा त घरमै रहेको हुन्छ। त्यस कारणले गर्दा आमा बाबुप्रति कस्तो व्यवहार गर्छ घरले, उसलाई पहिलो पाठशाला भनेको चाहिँ घर नै हो। त्यस कारणले गर्दा त्यो कुरोमा नाना खाना र छाना छ कि छैन त्यो विद्यालय आउने बच्चाको भन्ने कुरोमा पनि हामीले ध्यान दिन सक्यौँ भने क्वालिटीको लागि चाहिँ त्यति धेरै मेहनत गर्नुपर्छ जस्तो मलाई लाग्दैन भन्दै मेरो आफ्नो भनाइ राखेँ। धन्यवाद।
Now I think we cover the concerns, reflections, suggestions from the table, from the audience side and the participant side. So what about the online participant? Anna, so have you covered all the interested one? That's fine. Now I think government colleagues, if you have any supplement, complement, you can do that. The colleagues from different departments, different agencies, right? Otherwise, we can invite colleagues from local government, provincial governments. I have seen, and also colleagues from EDCU. So I would like to request EDCU colleagues, provincial colleagues, Palika colleagues to put up your observations if you have any. If not, you can also just hold on for today, right? And we can also use your, deliberations or inputs for tomorrow's session as well. Because tomorrow also we'll be together. You will stay with us, so don't worry about it. If you have not made up your mind to share with us, you can just hold it on. If you are interested to, tell us something about your experience and also the observations, you are most welcome. Otherwise, I would go to the another segment, which is now a response from the CHRD colleagues to the basically questions. You can take a record of the suggestions that are provided, and you can provide responses or clarifications to the concerns and questions. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, thank you. धन्यवाद। मैले यो मिडियाको पनि प्रयोग गर्नु पर्यो होइन, ट्रान्सलेसनको पनि वातावरण दिपेन्द्र सरले सजिलो बनाइदिनु भयो होइन। त्यो कारणले गर्दा सम्पूर्ण हाम्रो डेभलपमेन्ट पार्टनरको सम्पूर्ण सर म्याडमहरू र जति पनि यहाँ जिज्ञासा राख्नुभयो हजुरहरू सम्पूर्णलाई म हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छु सिएचआरडीको तर्फबाट। हजुरहरूले राख्नुभएको जिज्ञासाहरूलाई केही म चाहिँ यसो एड्रेस गर्नेछु र केही बाँकी भयो भने हाम्रो चाहिँ डिजी साहबबाट पनि त्यसको चाहिँ समाधानको प्रयास हुनेछ। खास गरी यो सुरुमै हाम्रो शिवानी म्यामले यो पब्लिक ड्यासबोर्डको कुरा इमेजको अब हाम्रो चाहिँ फर्दर स्ट्रेन्थेनमा अब यो ड्यासबोर्डमा पनि यो पब्लिक ड्यासबोर्ड राखेर डाटाहरूको लागि चाहिँ एक्सेसिबल बनाउने अहिलेसम्मको भन्ने सन्दर्भको कुरो अहिले हाम्रो चाहिँ यो नयाँ प्लान अन्तर्गत परेको छ र छिटै नै यसलाई चाहिँ इम्प्लिमेन्टेसनमा लैजाने भन्ने कार्यक्रम छ। अब यदि त्यस्तो सपोर्ट निड भयो भने पनि हामी हजुरहरूसँग सल्लाह गरेर बाँकी यसलाई कसरी अगाडि बढ्छौँ भन्ने सन्दर्भमा हामी चाहिँ छलफल पक्कै पनि गर्नेछौँ। मैले त्यसमा यो अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु। र यो जहाँसम्म यो प्रो पुवर स्कलरसिपको सन्दर्भको कुरा उठाउनु भएको छ त्यसमा यो 1 वर्ष 2 वर्षको दौरानमा 6000बाट झन्डै 66000 चाहिँ छात्रवृत्ति पाए होइन। अब 81-82मा 6000 विद्यार्थीहरूले चाहिँ यो प्रो पुवर स्कलरसिप प्राप्त गरेका थिए भने अहिले चाहिँ 81-82कोमा चाहिँ 66000 भनेर जुन आयो होइन। त्यसमा चाहिँ के भयो भने अब अहिले डिफ्रेन्ट लेभलको हाम्रो चाहिँ यो डिसिमिनेसनको प्रोग्रामहरू लोकल लेभलहरूलाई विभिन्न सन्दर्भमा यो तालिमहरूको सन्दर्भमा पनि अलि यो साँच्चै नै विभिन्न समुदायका बालबालिकाहरूलाई यो फारमहरू भर्नुपर्छ भन्ने सन्दर्भले एउटा चाहिँ यो प्यारेन्टल एजुकेसनको कार्यक्रम अनि इडिसियु मार्फत पनि स्टेक होल्डरहरू हाम्रो हेड टिचरहरूलाई पनि त्यसको बारेमा चाहिँ यो डिसिमिनेसनको कार्यक्रमहरू र लोकल लेभललाई पनि समय समयमा हुने हाम्रो चाहिँ यो डिसिमिनेसनको प्रोग्रामहरूमा अलिकति यो विषयलाई चाहिँ छलफलमा ल्याएको कारणबाट गत वर्ष चाहिँ 2,64,000 विद्यार्थीहरूले चाहिँ यो फारम भरेका थिए। अब फारम भरेका बालबालिकाहरूमध्ये पनि विभिन्न किसिमको त्रुटिहरूले गर्दा 1,43,000 विद्यार्थीको मात्रै आवेदन फारम स्वीकृत भएको थियो र त्यो 1,43,000 मध्ये पनि 96,988 जना विद्यार्थीहरू छनौटमा परेका थिए र छनौटमा परेका विद्यार्थीहरूको पनि त्यो अभिभावकहरू देश बाहिर भएको कारणले गर्दा ब्याङ्कमा खाता खोल्न नपाएको कारणले गर्दा झन्डै चाहिँ 66,000 बालबालिकाहरूले चाहिँ छात्रवृत्ति प्राप्त गरेका थिए र जो चाहिँ आवेदन स्वीकृत भएर छात्रवृत्ति प्राप्त गर्न योग्य भएका बालबालिकाहरूलाई अब यो वर्षको बजेटबाट पनि छात्रवृत्ति दिने भन्ने सन्दर्भले हामीले स्थानीय तहहरू मार्फत त्यो चाहिँ खबरहरू गरिसकेका छौँ र अभिभावकहरू नभएका बालबालिकाको हकमा चाहिँ राष्ट्र ब्याङ्कसँग समन्वय गरिसके पछाडि सम्बन्धित जिल्लाको ब्याङ्कमा चाहिँ खाता खोल्न दिने भन्ने त्यो प्रावधानको लागि पनि हामीले चाहिँ यो समन्वय सहकार्य गरिराखेका छौँ र हिसाबले जाँदा यो वर्ष अब यसको नोटिस पनि निस्किसकेको छ। त्यस कारणले गर्दा अब यो वर्ष यो विपन्न लक्षित छात्रवृत्तिमा फारम भर्ने विद्यार्थीहरूको सङ्ख्या उल्लेख्य मात्रामा पनि हुन्छ र फेरि यो गत वर्षकोमा चाहिँ यो 2,64,000 विद्यार्थीले फारम भरेको हेर्दा कुनै निश्चित ठाउँबाट बढीले भरेको र कुनै निश्चित ठाउँबाट फारमै नभरेको पनि पाइयो होइन। त्यस कारणले गर्दा कम्तीमा पनि यदि साँच्चै नै विपन्न बालबालिकाहरू छन् भनेदेखि चाहिँ सबैले चाहिँ त्यसको बारेमा जानकारी पाउनुपर्छ भन्ने सन्दर्भले अहिले 753वटै स्थानीय तहहरूमा यो किसिमको प्रचार प्रसार पनि भएको कुरा मैले यहाँहरूलाई चाहिँ अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु। र अर्को चाहिँ यो डिसएडभान्टेज बालबालिकाहरूलाई छात्रवृत्तिको सन्दर्भमा चाहिँ मैले प्रेजेन्टेसन गर्दा एउटा बेसिक एजुकेसनमा चाहिँ 26.2% बालबालिकाहरूले विभिन्न किसिमको चाहिँ छात्रवृत्ति प्राप्त गरेको र सेकेन्डरी लेभलमा चाहिँ 11.78% बालबालिकाहरूले छात्रवृत्ति प्राप्त गरेको भन्ने डेटा मैले प्रस्तुत गरेको। यहाँ 50% हो कि भन्ने कुरा पनि आयो, त्यो होइन है। यदि त्यहाँ प्रेजेन्टेसनमा त्यस्तो भएको भएदेखि बेसिक एजुकेसनमा 26.2%ले गत वर्ष छात्रवृत्ति प्राप्त गरे र अनि सेकेन्डरीमा चाहिँ 11.78%ले छात्रवृत्ति प्राप्त गरेको हो। अर्को इन्दिरा म्यामले भन्नुभएको थियो यो चाहिँ 2151वटा सिएलसीहरू हाम्रो फङ्सनिङ छ। अलिकति यो सामुदायिक सिकाइ केन्द्रहरूको अलिकति इनएक्टिभ भएर बिचमा चाहिँ सङ्घीयता आइसके पछाडि अलिकति इनएक्टिभ भएको कारणले गर्दा हामीले चाहिँ यो एनएफए इमिसको सिस्टम स्ट्रेन्थेन गरिसके पछाडि सबै सिएलसीहरूले चाहिँ अनुदान पाउनको लागि कम्तीमा पनि एनएफए इमिसबाट चाहिँ उनीहरूको चाहिँ विवरणहरू र गरेका कार्यक्रमहरूको चाहिँ अनलाइनबाट रिपोर्टिङ गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने सन्दर्भले यो डेटाबेस सिस्टममा लगेको कारणले गर्दा अहिले चाहिँ अलमोस्ट सबै सिएलसीहरू चाहिँ एक्टिभ नै भएर अब यो 2151मा 100 जति त्यति एक्टिभ देखिएको छैन भने अरू बाँकी चाहिँ एक्टिभ भएर काम गरिराखेको अवस्था छ। र अर्को अब यो रेड बुकको कार्यक्रमको चाहिँ त्यो प्रगतिको सन्दर्भमा अलिकति समयमा चाहिँ त्यो बजेट हामीले खर्च नगरेको बजेट चाहिँ त्यसलाई फेरि जम्मा गरिसके पछाडि पुनः प्राप्ति गर्ने प्रक्रिया भएको कारणले गर्दा प्रायःजसो हाम्रो प्रोग्रामहरू चाहिँ यो एजुकेसन फर अल भनेर चाहिँ यो चाहिँ इसिइडीसँग सम्बन्धित स्पेसल्ली युनिसेफबाट हाम्रो चाहिँ गभर्मेन्टलाई सपोर्ट हुने रेड बुकको कार्यक्रम कार्यान्वयन गर्नको लागि गत वर्ष चाहिँ अलिकति दोस्रो त्रैमासिकसम्ममा पनि बजेट फुकुवा नभएको कारणले गर्दा तेस्रो र चौथो त्रैमासिकमा अलिकति चाहिँ काम गर्न सम्पन्न हुन नसकेको कारणले गर्दा त्यसको चाहिँ फिनान्सियल प्रोग्रेस अलिकति कम देखिएको हो र यो वर्ष फेरि सिएचआरडी अनि सिडिसी र इआरओ सँगै चाहिँ अब यो चाहिँ रेड बुक सपोर्ट प्रोग्रामहरू छ त्यस कारणले गर्दा यस वर्ष त्यस्तो समस्या पनि हुँदैन यो चाहिँ आगामी दिनमा पनि कन्टिन्युटी नै भएर जान्छ त्यस कारणले गर्दा अहिले हामीले पहिलो प्रायोरिटी पनि यो रेड बुकको कार्यक्रमको चाहिँ जुन चाहिँ आउटपुट 1 र आउटपुटसँग रिलेटेड प्रोग्रामहरू छ त्यसलाई पहिलो प्रायोरिटी दिएर कार्यान्वयनमा लैजाने भनेर त्यसरी हाम्रो चाहिँ प्लानहरू पनि अगाडि बढेको छ अर्को अब यो इसिडीको चाहिँ 710 वटा जति स्थानीय तहहरूले चाहिँ अब कम्तीमा पनि न्यूनतम पारिश्रमिक हुनुपर्छ भनेर चाहिँ त्यो अब हामीले कार्यक्रम कार्यान्वयन कार्यविधिमा पनि उल्लेख गरिएको छ तर ठ्याक्कै सबैले गत वर्ष न्यूनतम पारिश्रमिक 17,300 थियो यो वर्ष 19,000 भएको कारणले गर्दा एटलिस्ट यो 17,300 त सबै बाल विकास केन्द्रहरूको सहजकर्ताहरूलाई पुगेको छ यो 710 मा तर अहिलेको 19,500 न्यूनतम पारिश्रमिक चाहिँ अब पुगेको छ कि छैन भन्ने सन्दर्भमा यो म्यानुअलले नै लोकल लेभलबाट नै इन्फर्मेसन कलेक्सन गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ र अर्को यहाँ दुई किसिमको डेटा आज प्रेजेन्टेसन भयो अब हामी के कुरामा क्लियर हुनु पर्यो भने हाम्रो चाहिँ यो गत वर्षको चाहिँ 24-25 को डेटालाई अहिले हामीले चाहिँ प्रेजेन्टेसन गर्यो हाम्रो स्ट्याटस चाहिँ 24-25 को डेटामा आधारित हो र आज भक्त सरले प्रेजेन्टेसन गर्नुभएको भनेको यो वर्षको डेटा हो त्यसकारणले गर्दा कतिपय यो ड्रप आउटहरूमा होइन त्यसै गरी चाहिँ एनइआरजीहरूमा अहिले फरक देखियो त्यसकारणले गर्दा अब हामीले चाहिँ आज प्रेजेन्टेसन भएको डेटालाई अब हामीले अपडेट गरेर चाहिँ अब यसमा चाहिँ प्रयोग गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ मैले त्यसमा पनि अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु अर्को यो मिड डे मिलको सन्दर्भमा यो क्वालिटी एस्योरेन्स मेथडको सन्दर्भमा अहिले यो जब मन्त्रालयबाट चाहिँ यो होम ग्रोन फिड फ्रेमवर्क स्वीकृत भइसके पछाडि यो विषयमा चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ इडिस्युहरूको वर्कसपमा अनि यो हाम्रो प्रोभिन्सियल लेभलको चाहिँ प्रोग्राम ओरिएन्टेसनहरूमा पनि अलिकति यो विषयलाई चाहिँ अब स्थानीय उत्पादनमा आधारित पोषणयुक्त विद्यालय दिवा खाजा प्रारूपलाई इम्प्लिमेन्टेसन गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने सन्दर्भले त्यसलाई अलि बढी चाहिँ फोकस गरेको कारणले गर्दा अहिले स्थानीय तहहरूले स्थानीय उत्पादनमै भएका पोषणयुक्त चाहिँ सामग्रीहरूलाई प्रयोग गरेर चाहिँ दिवा खाजा प्रयोग गरेको कारणले गर्दाखेरि अलिकति चाहिँ अब यो क्वालिटी एस्योरेन्स मेथड चाहिँ अवलम्बन गरेको छ भन्ने सन्दर्भले यसमा उल्लेख गरिएको छ अर्को पब्लिक डेटाको कुरा अगाडि पनि आइसक्यो र यो गत वर्षको चाहिँ फेडरल लेभलको चाहिँ बजेट एक्जिक्युसनमा केही समस्याहरू के भयो भने अलिकति चाहिँ यो बुट क्याम्पको विषयमा मेगा किचनको विषयमा करियर काउन्सिलिङको विषयमा र सामुदायिक विद्यालय रूपान्तरणको कार्यक्रमको सन्दर्भमा नीति तथा कार्यक्रममा आयो र त्यसको चाहिँ सिएचआरडीबाट त्यसको अवधारणा पत्र तयार गर्ने मन्त्रालयबाट अवधारणा पत्र स्वीकृत भइसके पछाडि अनि त्यसको मापदण्डहरू बनाएर कार्यान्वयन गर्ने भन्ने सन्दर्भ भयो पहिला हामी चाहिँ अवधारणा पत्र स्वीकृत गऱ्यौँ त्यस पछाडि त्यो सुशासन ऐनले चाहिँ यो मापदण्डहरू बनाउन नपाइने कार्य सञ्चालन संहिता बनाउने भनेर त्यो बिचमा फेरि हाम्रो मापदण्डको सट्टा अनि कार्य सञ्चालन संहिता बनाएर लाग्दाखेरि त्यो संहितामा ठ्याक्कै त्यो हाम्रो बजेट विनियोजन भएको कार्यक्रमलाई चाहिँ ठ्याक्कै स्थानीय तहमा पठाएर बजेट खर्च गर्नको लागि अलिकति त्यसले चाहिँ समस्या भएको कारणले गर्दा केही थोरै मात्रामा बुट क्याम्पको तालिम चल्यो मेगा किचनको पनि हामीले सबै पैसा पठाउन सकेनौँ भने अर्को चाहिँ त्यो कम्युनिटी स्कुल ट्रान्सफर्मेसन र अनि करियर काउन्सिलिङको बजेट चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ त्यसलाई चाहिँ समर्पण गरेर अर्को प्रोग्राममा चाहिँ रकमान्तर पनि गरेको कारणले गर्दा त्यस वर्ष निरन्तरता हुन सकेन तर अब यो वर्ष कन्टिन्युटी हुन्छ कि हुन्न भन्ने सन्दर्भमा अहिले हाम्रो मेन्टरिङको प्रोग्रामहरू पनि लोकल लेभल अनुसार छ मेगा किचनको पनि हुन्छ बुट क्याम्पको पनि कार्यक्रमहरू यस वर्ष हामीले त्यो प्रोसेसमा गएको कारणले गर्दा गत वर्ष चाहिँ त्यो कन्सेप्चुअल एम्बिग्युटीको कारणले अलिकति हुन सकेन भने यो वर्ष हामी क्लियर छौँ त्यसको आवश्यक मापदण्ड कानुनहरू बनाएर अगाडि बढाएर कार्यान्वयनमा जाने भनेर निरन्तरता भएर प्रक्रियामा गइसकेको कुरा पनि मैले अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु डेटाको सन्दर्भमा त्यो अर्को चाहिँ यो स्थानीय तहबाट गरेको कार्यक्रमको चाहिँ यो फिजिकल प्रोग्रेस हाम्रो सिस्टममा आउँदैन फिजिकल प्रोग्रेस नआउने भएको कारणले गर्दा हामीले प्रेजेन्टेसन 89% भनेको त फाइनान्सियल प्रोग्रेस हो त्यस कारणले गर्दा अब स्थानीय तहमा भएको चाहिँ फाइनान्सियल र अनि त्यस पछाडि चाहिँ तपाईँको फिजिकल प्रोग्रेसलाई कसरी ल्याउने भन्ने सन्दर्भमा फर्दर डिस्कसन गरेर जानुपर्ने हुन्छ कसरी चाहिँ सजिलैसँग आउँछ भन्ने सन्दर्भमा चाहिँ हामीले त्यो गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ अर्को यो मिड डे मिलको सन्दर्भमा पनि एउटा यो वर्ष पनि हामीले सल्लाह गरेको हाम्रो स्कुल चाहिँ 220 दिन खुल्नुपर्छ, 210 दिन पठन पाठन हुनुपर्छ र कम्तीमा 180 दिन चाहिँ दिवा खाजा दिने भनेर चाहिँ हाम्रो प्रोग्राममा छ। यो वर्ष हामीले चाहिँ न्यूनतम उपस्थिति भएको विद्यार्थीले यदि कुनै स्कुलमा 200 दिन विद्यार्थी उपस्थित हुन्छ भने 200 दिन उसले खाजा खान पाउनुपर्छ भन्ने सन्दर्भबाट अहिले हामीले प्लानिङ गरेका थियौँ। तर कतिपय हाम्रो दिवा खाजाको मापदण्डमा न्यूनतम 180 दिन भनेको कारणले गर्दा त्यो 180 दिन संशोधन नगरेसम्म उपस्थिति भएको दिन भनेर उल्लेख गर्न नमिलेको कारणले गर्दा यदि स्कुलमा विद्यार्थी 220 दिन के अरे 200 दिन उपस्थिति छ भने पनि खाजा 180 दिनको मात्रै प्राप्त हुने भएको कारणले गर्दा धेरै जसो चाहिँ दिवा खाजाको पैसा झन्डै 2 अरब दिवा खाजाको पैसा चाहिँ खर्च नभएको अवस्था देखिन्छ। त्यसकारणले गर्दा अर्को वर्षको यो प्रोग्रामलाई इम्प्लिमेन्टेसन गर्दा कम्तीमा पनि विद्यार्थी विद्यालयमा उपस्थित भएको दिनलाई चाहिँ औसत दिन मानेर चाहिँ खाजा दिने गरेर अब हामी जानुपर्ने हुन्छ। त्यसमा पनि एउटा चाहिँ सहमति र त्यसलाई चाहिँ हाम्रो मापदण्डहरूलाई बनाएर अगाडि लैजानुपर्ने हुन्छ। र जनार्दन सरले दिनुभएको सजेसन हो, सजेसनमा पनि यो चाहिँ स्थानीय तहको शिक्षा योजनालाई सपोर्ट हुनको लागि केही बजेट, थोरै बजेट हामीले चाहिँ स्थानीय तहमा भएका विद्यालय सङ्ख्याको आधारमा केही बजेट त पठाएका छौँ। तर अर्को वर्ष हामीले के गर्ने योजनामा छौँ भने अब कम्तीमा पनि लोकल लेभलको एजुकेसन प्लानलाई इम्प्लिमेन्टेसन गर्नको लागि केही बजेट हामीले पठाइदियौँ भनेदेखि यो योजना बनेदेखि यो बजेट आउने रहेछ भन्ने सन्दर्भबाट पनि उहाँहरू पनि अलिकति त्यसमा जानुहुन्छ। र अर्को मैले सरलाई एउटा के अपडेट गराउँ भने अहिले स्थानीय तहले योजना बनाएर मात्रै राखेका छैनन्, बनाएको योजनालाई हामीले एप्राइजल पनि गरेका छौँ। त्यसकारणले गर्दा कम्तीमा पनि लोकल लेभलले बनाएको योजनालाई 10वटा क्राइटेरियाको आधारमा विज्ञहरूले एप्राइजल गरेर हेरिसके पछाडि त्यहाँ चाहिँ जेसीको पर्सपेक्टिभबाट र क्लाइमेट रेजिलियन्सको पाटोबाट चाहिँ यदि योजनाहरू छुटेको छ भने त्यसलाई अपडेट गर्ने भनेर एप्राइजल पनि गरेर हाम्रो प्रोभिन्सियल लेभलको वर्कसपमा चाहिँ हामीले झन्डै चाहिँ 1 र 1.5 दिन जति चाहिँ यो प्लानको एप्राइजल गर्ने काममा पनि खर्च गरेका छौँ। त्यसकारणले गर्दा योजना बनाउने मात्र होइन, बनाएको योजना मिल्यो कि मिलेन र आफ्नो योजनाले लोकल लेभलको स्पेस पनि ओन गरेको छ कि छैन भन्ने सन्दर्भबाट त्यो कुरालाई पनि हामीले अपडेट गरेका छौँ। अर्को चाहिँ हाम्रो अब यो ड्रप आउटको सन्दर्भका कुराहरूलाई त्यो डेटामा भएको कारणले गर्दा गत वर्षको ड्रप आउट र अहिलेकोमा चाहिँ त्यो तथ्याङ्कमा जिआरएनएलका कुराहरू त्यो अब संशोधन पक्कै पनि सुधार भएको छ। यो हाम्रो चाहिँ इमिसको स्ट्रेन्थेन भएको कारणले गर्दा पनि अहिले चाहिँ हाम्रो चाहिँ लाइभ नै हाम्रो एनइआर जिआर हामी लाइभ नै आज एउटा अब यदि विद्यार्थी तलमाथि पर्यो भने फेरि भोलि अर्को देखिने गरेर यो लाइभ सिस्टमबाट नै यो जिइआर एनइआरका कुराहरू हाम्रो सिस्टममा चाहिँ अहिले रिपोर्टिङ हुने भएको कारणले गर्दा अब यो जे रिपोर्टिङ भएको छ त्यही नै चाहिँ हाम्रो चाहिँ त्यो आधिकारिकता नै छ। र अर्को चाहिँ अब दिपेन्द्र सरले अन्त्यमा भन्नुभएको चाहिँ यो आउट अफ स्कुल चिल्ड्रेनको लागि यो वर्षको नीति तथा कार्यक्रममा यो अनिवार्य निःशुल्क शिक्षालाई कार्यान्वयन गर्नको लागि 85 वैशाख 1 गतेपछि आधारभूत शिक्षा प्राप्त नगरेकोले बालबालिकाले सुविधा नपाउने भन्ने कुरो छ। त्यसकारणले गर्दा 83 सालसम्ममा सबै विद्यालय बाहिर रहेका बालबालिकाहरूको नामनामेसी विवरणसहितको प्रोफाइल तयार गर्ने र यो प्रोफाइल तयार गर्नको लागि अहिले हामीले लोकल लेभलमा 753वटै स्थानीय तहमा अनिवार्य निःशुल्क शिक्षा कार्यान्वयन गर्नको लागि विद्यालय बाहिर रहेका बालबालिकाहरू छन् भने तिनीहरूको नामनामेसी विवरणसहितको प्रोफाइल तयार गर्नको लागि र त्यसै गरी इक्विटी इन्डेक्स कम भएका स्थानीय तहमा इक्विटी इन्डेक्स वृद्धि गर्नका लागि पनि यो तीनवटै कार्यक्रमहरूलाई चाहिँ एड्रेस गरेर स्थानीय तहमा पनि बजेट छ, इकाइमा पनि बजेट छ र प्रोभिन्सियल लेभलको गभर्नमेन्टमा पनि बजेट राखेर अनि प्रदेशले चाहिँ विद्यालय बाहिर बालबालिका छैन भन्न चाहिँ 84 चैत मसान्तभन्दा अगाडिसम्म घोषणा गरिसक्नुपर्ने र बाहिर भएका बालबालिकाहरूलाई के कस्ता कार्यक्रमहरूले सपोर्ट गर्न सकिन्छ सपोर्ट गरेर लैजाने भन्ने सन्दर्भले यी कार्यक्रमहरू चाहिँ त्यसरी चाहिँ अहिले अगाडि बढाइएको अवस्था छ। सम्भवतः यहाँहरूले उठाउनु भएका कुराहरूलाई मैले सरस्वती अहिले टिपोटको आधारमा मैले यति नै चाहिँ सम्बोधन गरेँ। यसमा केही बाँकी रहेछ र फेरि आयो भने पनि फर्दर हामी चाहिँ डिस्कसनमा हुनेछौँ। हामी फेरि यसलाई चाहिँ थप पुष्टि गर्दै लैजाने कुरा पनि अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु। थ्याङ्क यू।
Thank you, Nilkantaji, for your response to the concerns and questions. Yes, there are certain, we should say, categories of reflections came up to the table. One category was, suggestions. So I request you to take note of those suggestions, and we can also make use of those suggestions while preparing the aid memoir. Number one. Number two, the questions, concerns, you have largely responded to those. And there are quite a few concerns and questions left to be responded also. We have noticed that, and we have discussed with DG colleagues. And probably towards the end of this session today, If there are anything left and respondable, the concerns and questions, we'll definitely take that up and we'll respond it. So until then, now I would like to hold this discussion right here and now go to the another presentation. So our colleagues are ready to make presentation. That is on PFM, right? PFM. Now I'd like to request colleagues, PFM colleagues, to make your presentation and to lead the session, discussion session. All right.
Respected Chair, respected Co-Chair, respected DG, DDGs, Joint Secretaries, and the delegates from different development partners, and respected all, a very good afternoon. This session is actually on SESP PAP update. There are five action areas. Number 2 is PFM issue, and the rest of the things are others. So I will do action area 1, action area 3, 4, and 5. I will just update what has happened since the last BRM. And the PFM affairs will be handled by Vishnu sir, and Narendra sir is also around here. So can you show the PowerPoint presentation? In the last BRM also we shared the same file, so this time I have updated the new update in green there. So if you look at the first area, technical actions, adequate budget allocation, that is 68.09 for SESP. That's the latest update that we have since the BRM. If you look at number 1.2, the number of trained teachers has increased. Last time we were saying that 15,000 teachers. This time there are 21,000 teachers who have received the training on using those materials. Those materials are still on the website of CDC and CHRD. On 1.3, we don't have any new update. That's the update we did in BRM. 514 local governments have implemented the numeracy and literacy programs as per the IC. That means we have provided the budget to those number of palikas. It doesn't mean that other are doing nothing. Other local levels might have been doing from their own source as well. But if you talk about the federal allocation, only 514 palikas have been provided with that. For 1.4, the latest update is 159 local levels. That was updated in budget review mission. If you look at the next point, the newly recruited teachers from remote districts or remote areas get the job induction training. So the total of 3,957. So this training was provided by province level teacher training centers. Although the target was higher, we couldn't meet. We have already talked about that issue in Nilkantha sir's presentation. If you look at number 1.6, there is no new update there. If you look at 1.7, yes, there is update. TOR for evaluation of real plan has been reviewed from TWG. That was the earlier action under the leadership of CHRD, and the World Bank has recruited the consulting firm for the evaluation. So in my email, I found the inception report. I think that goes with that. So that is the update. You have been aware of that. So 1.8a, yes, we were talking about in MTR discussion as well. No separate budget code has been given to IPF. We have given the component code there, activity code number is given, and that activity is still in the current year's program as well. And as we have talked, the CHRD leadership will give you the decision whether they are going to use that amount of budget allocated for this year, or whether they want to use the rest of the amount, 6 million. They will update you by the end of the GRM. That was agreed in MTR discussion. That's all about 1.8. And let's go to area 3. Area 2 is being done by Vishnu sir. So if you look at area 3, so ESMF, that has been compiled and the English version is ready. That is being translated into Nepali. Once the translation is finished, then it will be approved by the ministry. That is the new update on that. And if you look at 3.2, Mofaga has been formally requested to circulate the notice to all LGs to nominate ENS focal point. We have received some information that some local governments have designated the focal point. So whenever we get the new number, we'll update you via focal and co-focal, and we can update you about all these things. That's all about 3.2. Again, the same thing, 3.3, there is no new update there. That system has not been made yet or digitized, so nothing has been done. If there is any new update, CSRD people will update you right after my presentation. As far as I consulted with them, there's no new update in that aspect. If you look at 3.4, preliminary discussion has started. I think it will be materialized, and by the next BRM, we'll have that standard operating procedure that includes sexual exploitation and abuse and sexual harassment and violence against children. That component will also be included in the existing GRM procedure. That's the update I got from development partners as well as from the CSRD people. If you look at number 3.3, functional online grievance redressal mechanism at CSRD. So grievance redressal mechanism is there to some extent. We reply through email or we do some sort of things, but no systematic online mechanism established until the date, till the date. That's the update. We'll have to consult with CSRD people whether we are doing this type of thing or not. Otherwise, we'll discuss and decide what can be done in this area. Area 4 is M&E EMIS. If you look at 4.1, there is no new update. In a way, it's completed as well. Monitoring and evaluation procedure has been outlined in program implementation plan. That's how we interpreted that particular action. If you look at number 2, we have developed a TOR with TWJ, but the proposal of 10 for EMIS verification was beyond the available budget. Means Jimmy was also talking about the same thing in MTR event as well. In 4.3, we have no new update there. If you look at number 4.4, local governments and schools have been provided support about using EMIS time and again. So during the PIP also we have oriented them. So whenever there is another program, the EMIS people go to the event and will help them to sort out the problems they have been facing. That's how it's going on. If you look at 4.5 EMIS disability subsystem, that subsystem has been used by 12,000 schools this time. During the BRM, the number was, I think it was around 10,000. So 12,000 schools from 345 local levels have started using that subsystem. So we are so advancing in getting that type of data from that subsystem. That's the update. Let's go to area 5. 5.1, we have no new update. In 5.2 also, there's no new update. If you look at 5.3, update disability inclusive teacher training package and conduct the training. Yes, that training has been provided to 246. The target was 330. In the last fiscal year by provincial teacher training centers, and that type of training was also run by CSRD teacher training section, and last time it was 80. During the BRM we updated you that it was 80. Now it has reached to 170. If you make a total of that, that was the training on training to those particular group of teachers conducted by federal budget. That's the update there. I think that's all from my side. Now I'd like to invite Vishnu sir to talk about the update on 2.2 and other PFM issues. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Respected chair, co-chair, DDGs from departmental agencies, all participants from governmental DPs and
concerned agencies. First of all, good afternoon and namaste. I have 3 subject presentation including 12 slides. First one, where we are in reporting. SESP, we are presented unaudited program financial statement. It includes 4 slides. Second, updated action plan to resolve audit issue. Third one, FMAP issue, which is related to action plan presented to BRM 25. Please show me. Okay. Can you enlarge? Okay. That's all? Okay. CHRD submitted all 4 quarterly financial report of 2024-25. Status report on comment of GFPs on audited program financial statement. PFS of FY 23-24 presented for discussion. Summary of unaudited program financial report FY 24-25 presented for discussion. Financial delivery of SESP has been 89.2%, previous year audited 92.7%. The updated of expenditure PGs and LGs received in Sutra is continue, and such update shall be freeze on December 31, 2025, post 15, 2082. Status of GFPs receivable from USAID presented for discussion. A summary of unaudited program financial. No. Summary of unaudited program financial statement. Here are data. Total approved budget and total actual expenditure 142,237 millions, which is 100%. Out of this, actual expenditure is 126,934 millions. Government contribution is in budget 131,868 million, and expenditure is 117,685, which is 92%, 92.71%, and GFP's contribution is 103,669 million, which is an actual expenditure 9249 million, which is percentage in 7.29. And another side, in irreducible GFP's previous period rested 15,732 millions. Amount received from GFPs this period. This is data in fiscal year 81-82, 17672 millions. Reimbursable from DPs, total 7309 millions. Amount received from GFPs during 25-26 as of October 31, 2025 is not available yet. GFPs receivable, USAID in 1000 NPR. Previous year we have budget from USAID, though first quarter we are spent a little bit amount of money, but in second, third and fourth quarter our spend is going on but not received yet. It is presented for discussion one day. Accounting and reporting of GFP is receivable. For the preparation of the project financial statement, government share of expenditure and the GFP share of expenditure is derived based on the share of the commitments of GFPs on the total federal budget approved for SESP. In fiscal year 2024-25, government share is 92.71 and GFP share is 7.29%. Then assuming 7.29 equal 100% and the ratio of individual GFP's commitment is derived based on the commitment of each GFPs. Total actual expenditure is shared among the GFPs in the same ratio. GFPs receivable indicated the source and usage of fund in note 1 are the derived figure. Allocated expenditure amount for each GFPs minus amount received from GFPs. However, GFPs receivable are payable by the GFPs subject to achievement of the concerned DLI or fulfillment of condition of disbursement in the case of program supported by CHARD. And another is updated action plan to resolve audit issue. Status of audit areas of SSDP project, ratio of audit areas to SSDP, total expenditure of fiscal year 16, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20, 20, 21, 21, 22 and 22, 23 are 5.13%, 7.42% and 6.44%, 0.25%, 0%, 0.82% and 0% respectively. Ratio of audit areas to SSDP, total expenditure after follow-up audit for the fiscal year 16, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20, 20, 21, 21, 22, 22, 23 is 3.3, 4.5, 6.44, 0.25, 0, 0.82 and 0 respectively. CHARD has initiated process to refund NPR 4604,000 to Norway, NPR 1139,000 to JICA and NPR 905,000 to Finland against their share of audit area as per the World Bank letter dated 17/2025. MOST CHARD has taken initiative to completion of the relevant document for settlement of audit area through EDCUs. The tentative amount of settlement and compliance document for the settlement of MST are as follows. Settled by the OGN during fiscal year 24-25 NPR 43 million, and this year compiled document for settlement we submit OAGs in OAGs 146 million, but it is in process. Analysis of audit areas. Here are from different categories in allocated budget, and the arise from that budget audit areas are shown in this table. way forward action plan. As per the decision of JRM 24, CHARD submit a proposal for required financial support GFPs through World Bank for hiring consultant team for the compilation of relevant document required for the settlement of audit areas. It is yet to be materialized, incorporated in PAP. Consultants who hired shall take the responsibility for the settlement audit area of SSDP period. Way forward, fiduciary management. External audit of school, Rule 171 of Education Regulation 2059 require the audit of the school by the auditor appointed by DEO. There is no further provision for external audit of the school so far. At the present, the external audit of school is carried out by the auditor appointed by the local governments. However, there is need of the due legal provision in Education Act to this effect. Internal audit of school, provision of internal audit of the school to be carried out by the internal audit section of the LGs has been incorporated in PIM, but it is not effective. Internal audit matter to be incorporated in the Education Act. Coordination among concerned agencies, MOFAGA, FCGO, MAST, CHARD, DPs, and OAGN. Challenges. Accounting and financial reporting. Acquiring a financial report reflecting sector-wise, activity-wise expenditure on regular basis from the FG, PGs, and LGs. Preparation and submission of FMR. Frequent transfer of financial personnel in CHARD. Weak accounting and reporting system at the school level. Procurement, need of capacity development at LGs and school. Settlement of audit area of LGs and school has been challenging as the accounting in the all LGs have not been functional as the public account of LGs has the jurisdiction of the settlement audit issue relating to LGs. And finally, PFM, FMAP issues, update of action plan presented to BRM 25. TWG 1.1 to be held on every 3 months. The PFM technical working group meeting are being held. The recent meeting was held on November 1925. We are discussing about different agendas and audit areas like that, different matters. Develop the practical coordination and collaboration modality with the MOF MOFAGA on PFM and LG's capacity development, DPs supporting PLG, SP and MDTF facilitate it. A high-level committee under the Joint Secretary has been formed. Purpose the form of functional level coordination committee to strengthen coordination and collaboration for the activities that are not under CRT's mandate. The steering committee shall constitute such a committee. A central level coordination workshop was organized in June 2024, inviting participants from MOF, MOFAGA, PAC, OAGN, FCGO, and MAST. Plan to organize a follow-up workshop fiscal year 25-26 at central level. Plan to organize similar workshop in 3 provinces, namely Kosi, Karnali, Sudur Paschim in future. Capacity and another activity, capacity development program, PFM training for LGs and school. SESP PFM TA teams organize PFM training for 49 LGs and 98 schools of Kosis, Karnali and Sudur Paschim province with special focus on in local level education planning, MTEF, procurement and accounting audit. The training in 2 locations, Doti and Dadeldura in Sudur Paschim province is scheduled to start from November-December 25. Another activity, review and revise current conditional grant management arrangement. Status, 2 workshops are in March 2024 and next in December 24. We are organized to conceptualize the agenda. Now next step need to be discussed and finalized. Another activity, engage consultant team for providing procurement support and PFM training to CHRD school LGs, enhance PFM and procurement capacity. The TR has been prepared, that shall be finalized once the upgraded SAS is at the stage of rollout and decision to organize training on SAS, procurement support and PFM is on place. Another activity, audit area settlement plan approved by JRM 24 to be implemented. CHRD MAST requested to JFEs through World Bank to arrange the required sources and submitted a TR for hiring consultant team to settle the audit issue of SSDP period as per the decision of JRM 24. However, it is yet to be materialized. Another, execution of implementation plan based on the result of rapid assessment of SAS. Rapid assessment completed implementation plan based on the result of rapid assessment of SAS is yet to be finalized. Another activity, financial reporting FMR and audited program financial statement. CHRD submitted a FMR of all 4 quarterly of the fiscal year 24-25, unaudited PFS of the fiscal year 24-25 submitted to JFEs through World Bank. The summary of the report is presented to JRM 25. Standard reporting format for the quarterly and annual financial reporting for the school. Format of the annual financial report of the school along with the format of the quarterly financial report has been endorsed by FCGO. These formats are being incorporated in the school accounting manual and the SAM shall also be reviewed with make it compatible for SAS. And another activity, annual fiduciary review to be conducted based on a jointly agreed TOR GFA PAP 2.13. The consultant team has completed the field work and it is learned that they are in the process of the preparation of the report. A brief outline of major finding and recommendation has presented in the meeting of TC1 held on November 19, 2025. That's all my presentation. Thank you for all for listening to us. Thank you.
Okay, now we have one last presentation for today. So Ramesh is taking lead on that presentation. Once it is completed, then we will go for discussion on all the presentations.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to proceed ahead with my presentation directly, and the presentation will be on updates on BRM 2025 agreed actions, including the global covenants. And my presentation will be very short. The updates on the agreed action has also been shared in your folder. And I'd like to reiterate the fact that these agreed actions were jointly decided, and the progress that we have been sharing today is also the output of the joint effort that we put. Okay, the first one was to develop the first action was to develop, finalize, approve and implement the SESP communication and engagement strategy. The update till the date is draft SESP communication and engagement action plan has been developed with the input from DPs, and the action is ongoing. The second one, meeting with MOCIT to confirm the provision of ICT infrastructure in the areas like EMIS, data center and server. So that has already been completed. Third one is also completed. This is related to TWG 1.1. And the fourth one is updating the common TA register based on available TA and confirmation of the TA needs with indicative costing, including the inputs from the technical groups, thematic committees and technical working groups. The status is ongoing. The process of TA register updating ongoing with the technical support from the TSU. The fifth one is initiate coordination with the MOFAGA and MOFE on assignment of social safeguarding focal point in local governments, and conduct a stakeholder consultation workshop on the draft environment and social management framework and finalize this one. The update is communication with the MOFAGA has already been done for environmental and social safeguarding focal point. And we have received from some of the local governments that the focal point has already been appointed. And so far as this ESMF is concerned, it is final, and the translation is in the process from English to Nepali. Once the translation is completed, it goes for the formal approval process. And we hope it will not take a long time. It will be done very shortly. Finalize and approve revised National Teacher Competency Framework. This is also ongoing. Teacher Competency Framework consultation workshop conducted on 9 November 2025, and feedback collection workshop completed in Lumbini. The seventh one, improve and upgrade CHRD's digital portal, including Sikai Chautari and self-certification online teacher training. The status till the date is online self-certification training module for the use of Sikai Chautari is in use. The upgrading process of Sikai Chautari is in the process. Action plan developed, and TOR has been approved by CHRD. Number 8, approve the model ECD designs and ECD strengthening work procedure. The model ECD designs and strengthening work procedure is already approved. It will be uploaded in the CHRD website after some minor language editing. Undertake a comprehensive review of current school provision and functioning system, including physical facility requirements, to develop restructuring strategy, ensuring equitable access and quality. The update, it is ongoing. Physical infrastructure with schools and IEMIS system has been updated. CHRD has developed a physical infrastructure master plan, and it is in the process of approval. Community school adjustment and emerging standard has been drafted and is in the process of review. Number 10, approve the updated comprehensive school safety master plan. Comprehensive school safety master plan is in the process of approval. It is at the final stage. Number 11, conduct. Yes, the foundational learning workshop that has already been done. Workshop completed. Discussion going on for developing a national action plan. Number 12, update the SOP for teacher mentoring program. SOP consultation workshop has been completed by CHRD with the technical support from the joint DLI partners. 13, advance the evaluation of the real as agreed in PAP, including integrated curriculum with first result to be shared by JRM. Evaluation of integrated curriculum, we have, with the discussion with the partners, we have decided to stop it because since there have already been 2 studies in the area, and the evaluation of real plan is in the process. Consultation has been hired for the evaluation, and inception report has recently been received from the team. Number 14, update program action plan and incorporate homegrown school feeding indicators as agreed in GP multiplier program document. A principal agreement has been reached for the GSF indicators to be incorporated in the SESP program result framework during the workshop. Now, 15, allocate funding to start implementation of homegrown school feeding in 100 of 250 agreed local governments. A reference in the GP multiplier program document, this is completed, budget has already been allocated. And this is the last agreed action, develop and approve a costed action plan as an annex to the updated equity strategy for the identification, enrollment and retention of the remaining out of school children at basic level. The equity strategy in the process of being updated. Draft is in the review process at CHRD. This is the updates on the agreed action. Now I would like to move towards the global covenants and prior result for year 4. There are 3 global covenants. The first one, trimester FMR submitted within 45 days of trimester ended. The update is the 24-25 FMR was submitted on 19th August 2024 and confirmed by the World Bank PFM focal point on 24th September 2024. OAG annual audit report for previous fiscal year submitted within 9 months after the end of the fiscal year. The 22-23 annual audit report was submitted on 28th April 2024. And a third one and the final one, budget allocation for education sector compliant with the SESP budget codes and budget allocation consistently increased in real terms compared to previous years. The initial allocation for education sector in fiscal year 2024-25 was Nepalese 203.45 billion, which finally reached Nepalese rupees 211.41 billion at the end of the fiscal year. For the same year, SESP budget was increased from rupees 143.43 to 143.95. The allocation for education sector in the fiscal year 2025-26 is Nepalese rupees 211.16 billion, while the SESP budget for the current fiscal year is Nepalese 149.94. Considering the previous allocation practices, both the education sector and SESP budget will definitely increase at the end of the fiscal year. And the initial allocation of education sector budget in 25-26 has increased by Nepalese rupees 7.71 billion compared to 2024-25. Similarly, the SESP budget in 25-26 has increased by Nepalese rupees 6.51 billion compared to the 24-25. This is the end of my presentation. Now the team is here to respond if you have any questions or any comments or any feedback on the presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Rameshji. Now, this ends the formal presentation scheduled for today's session. Now I would like to request colleagues around the table for your observation, remarks, questions, concerns, feedback to the presentations made so far. And we have 12 minutes time left for discussion and for wrapping up the session, right? So with the, by looking at the time, available with us, you try to be efficient. This is my request to you.
Maybe I can start then. Yes, sorry. Okay. So Shruti, our FM specialist, is in negotiation for another project. She connected a little bit, so she has texted me her question, so I'll ask her question. So first question is, why is the procurement training being kept on hold until SAS upgradation and rollout, right? So we don't have to do it together, right? So SAS upgradation, I think there's a lot more work needs to happen for the SAS to be upgraded and starting the rollout provision. So I think we might need to separate those procurement training and the SAS, so not to link that. Another question is on, I think the question on TA support for the resolution of audit areas. We have had rounds of discussion, and the possibility of using the IPF component to hire consultant, right? Because it is an internal process. The government needs to sort of getting the documentation from local governments and the districts to get resolve the SSDP expenditure issues. So whether you are willing to use the IPF component or not, otherwise I think the understanding is there might not be other TA, right? So then if there's no TA coming in, then what is the government's thinking in terms of how do we move this forward? And then the third question is around the refund of the ineligible expenditure for Finland, Norway, and JICA. Where are we in terms of that process? So 3 questions from Shruti, and then since I have the mic, I'll add 1 or 2 of my own again. So on the EMIS verification, it is a program action plan both for the ADB and the bank. Of course, we had drafted a TOR, we had floated the TOR as well, but as update provided by the CHRD colleague, because of the budget constraints, we could not take it forward, right? So one is whether the government would like to do it through internal resources, because we have done EMIS verification. This used to be a DLI under SSDP, so you can use your own resources to do EMIS independent verification. If not, if you think TA is required, then we need to bring this up as an activity for discussion for TA, right? Then we can decide whether the system capacity grant that we have, the bank manages, that needs to be reallocated for new activities. We can consider this one as well. I think this was a discussion we had with UNICEF, but previously, because we had not provisioned for that, we said we can't do it. But I think, given that there's an opportunity for revision for the system capacity grant activities as well, we can bring that under activity to be supported by the grant managed by the World Bank. So I think we need an agreement on that as well as part of the mission. And on the BRM agreed actions, there are a lot of agreed actions that are on progress, on very good progress, but we have not met them, right? So some of these needs to be rolled over as new agreed actions for the JRM. So I think it's an easier one, but I think we still need to sort of keep that, timeline, especially on the ESMF. I think, government has done a lot of work. It's almost ready, so we just need a date in terms of when the ESMF will be finalized and approved by the government and the orientation to the local levels. So yeah, those 2 points.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Very quick comment. First of all, thank you all 3 presenters. Very comprehensive presentation. Very nice to know that many progress. Anyway, from this morning, actually, we already discussed. We have to celebrate many achievements. Actually, having said that, in second presentation, Business Hour's presentation, status of audit errors. Mayaji, thank you, Mayaji. She already touched on that status of settlement of ineligible amount. So we observed that there is inconsistency on figure related to JICA. So first 4 years figure is kept in that presentation. So it should be total column. So looking to other figure, I think you have taken last column, but in case of JICA, you have taken the first column. So please correct that amount so that there is inconsistency, right? That's my request, just to check. Thank you very much.
Very clear question. And now Jim. Yes.
Just a quick follow-up. I think what Maya was suggesting is a really good idea, right? Because I think there is balance on the capacity grant on both sides, sort of, from the grant agents. But now that there's been quite a bit of changes in terms of previous committed programs and TA maybe being cancelled over the last year, new needs emerging, I think it would be good to have maybe an overall discussion with the LEG where we can say, what is the balance overall, what are the priorities also that came out of the midterm review, that we can maybe do a joint programming and restructuring of the capacity grant so that it can serve the government in the best possible way.
I think most of you know what I'm going to touch on, given the slides that we've had. But I think two things. A, just a slight correction to maybe Bushal sir's presentation. One of the agreed action from the technical committee that was held on 19 November was also that because we hadn't had the opportunity to look at the AFR, one of the agreement was the draft AFR will be shared by 2nd December 2025. So also looking at my ADB colleagues to make sure that that is well delivered on time. Second is in regards to some of the agreed action that we had in the past, particularly because the development scene and the global scene, even the national scene, was completely different to what we are at the moment. The whole coordination mechanism in regards to PLGSP and MDTF, which came with a very good intent, has changed dramatically. The reason I say dramatically is because the envelope has reduced to quite a lower volume than what was anticipated. As you know, the cabinet only endorsed PLGSP document just a week before the MTR workshop. We do not necessarily have the same partners that we envisioned earlier in PLGSP as to our colleagues from UK who have now omitted from PLGSP. So it's only Swiss, Norway, and EU. So the coordination mechanism in terms of sectoral dialogue may be a bit challenging as well. I was checking with my governance team here while the presentation was being shown, and because now the priority is going to focus much more at provincial and local government level, I think we should be more strategically placing in terms of what coordination looks like. There is already that SESP steering committee, which already includes all the line ministries. So perhaps mobilizing the same committee and same group might be more useful than relying on PLGSP and MDTF. That's a general observation from our end. And finally, in regards to the ineligible expenditures, I think thank you for sharing the action plan. But to be very honest, I think these action plans have been repeatedly the same over and over again. Before joining the embassy, while working in the DP coordination as well, I realized that I've had many slides which incorporate a very similar roadmap. It's good to at least look at the process that process has initiated. It will be really helpful for us, particularly for next grant agreement signing, and I'm looking at Shiva sir, that may be a tentative timeline in terms of when the reimbursement or at least next process can be communicated. Because I think that's so crucial for us, especially because we're looking at a different modality and we want to ensure and we trust the government, but I think some form of communication in terms of ending, when the reimbursement might take place will be really useful for Norway. Thank you, sir.
Done by everybody? Oh, have some more additions? All right. Okay. I'll come back to you, madam. After Jimmy again.
Sorry, I forgot one point about the independent verification of EMIS, because that was meant to happen before the MTR, and it's meant to be done through the capacity grant as well. So maybe we could say that maybe government can sit with World Bank and UNICEF to find out how we can move forward on that, because it's more of a question of affordability in terms of what is proposed in terms of the scope of the TOR. So that could be something we can solve within this week, so we can record it.
It's okay. You talk.
म सुनिता सुवेदी नेपाल नगरपालिका सङ्घबाट मैले चाहिँ ट्रान्सलेटको प्रयोग गरेँ। मैले एउटा मात्रै क्वेसन छ, इएमआइएस भनेर हामीले कार्यक्रम पनि चलाएका थियौँ, एसएसपी 3वटा क्लस्टर वाइज चाहिँ 3वटा प्रोभिन्समा। त्यसमा इएमआइएस भनेर अहिलेको प्रेजेन्टेसनमा पनि देखिएको छ। इएमआइएस प्रणालीमा तथ्याङ्क अपडेटहरू व्यवस्थापन तथा प्रयोगमा नै समस्या देखिएको छ। अनि त्यसपछि दुर्गम क्षेत्रमा पनि इन्टरनेटको पहुँच नहुनु अनि क्यापेसिटी डेभलप नहुनुको कारणले गर्दाखेरि इएमआइएस अपडेट प्लस इ लर्निङमा पनि एकदमै समस्या देखेर टिचरहरूमा निरुत्साहित हुने अवस्था आएको छ। यसको लागि चाहिँ सुधार के गरिएको छ भन्ने मेरो प्रश्न रहेको छ। धन्यवाद।
Did you note the question, Mahendra? Okay. Okay, I think now we are done with regard to taking questions and concerns from the floor. So, colleagues, I think you definitely have, some clarifications to the concerns. Narendra ji, you can take the floor. You can come up here and you can use mic also or speaker, wherever it is easier for you.
Thank you, sir. 2-3 points. As regard to the procurement training and that to align with SAS training. That part, it was discussed in technical working group, and definitely Smitaji also was there, and we decided that we agreed that it will be better to have both the training together. But if it is necessary, we can segregate both separately. With SAS, that is fine. And next thing, as regard to the JICA's figure, you are correct that that is the one. The second column's figure is missing. That will correct that. Will correct that. And next, one important thing as regard to the GFP receivables from USAID. That means in the year 23-24, the ESC receivables from USAID was 570 million. And out of that, we accounted for the USAID expenditure in quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4, in all 4 quarters of the financial year 24-25. Therefore, the total expenditure booked in the financial statement is 1,253 million rupees. Out of that, we have received so far only 313 million rupees. And the balance is 939 million rupees. In this context, because I checked with the plan in the CHRD, we learned that the 5 achievement reports are ready. But it is yet to be, independent verification is yet to be made, but 5 achievement reports are there. But we could not claim. Now, whether this figure, that means receivables has to be, because it will be a far-reaching implication in OAG report and the reconciliation with the FCGO, because when there is receivable, then they will press on us when the money is coming. And always in the case of a disbursement, there will be a problem. Therefore, I request that while working on the aid memoir, this has to be discussed and settled, whether the same figure will retain because now we are having the unaudited figure. Now it will be, once it is audited, it is finalized. Therefore, before final audit is completed, this figure, how to go ahead, whether we go with the same figure or to strike all the receivables, or the next alternative may be expenditure up to 31st December, because USAID was closed after 31st December. Up to second quarter we will put in and balance will remove. These are the 3 options, and therefore I request that this will be discussed in the at the time of the aid memoir and appropriately dealt in, so that accordingly we will prepare the financial statement. I think as regard to finance side, which I can deal it, these are the things. Other matters are as regard to the whether to use IPF or not, these figures, I think you will do it. Okay, if there are any issue, then we will discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so Vishnuji, do you have any more? Or, he's done. And okay, now I understand there are still quite a few questions, concerns unresponded. So we'll definitely take up those concerns for further discussion. We have taken note of it. And now we are almost have come to the end of the whole process. So I think if you have any observations, yeah, now DG Saab. Then I'll ask Anukji for her, remarks, wrap-up remarks. Then we'll proceed.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all. We are here from 9 a.m. to till now. Regarding different inquiries to CSRD, Nilkantaji has already addressed about inquiries. That's why I have nothing to add now. So I would like to thank you all for your active participation and valuable feedbacks. As we will try to do as your feedback. Once again, I would like to invite you all for tomorrow at CSRD. We will wait at the door of CSRD. Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation. We'll definitely be there for tomorrow's session. And now I'd like to request co-focal Shivani ji for her brief wrap-up remarks. I won't say it is closing.
Okay. Thank you, Shiva sir. How incredible to finish 4 minutes, almost dot on time, 4 minutes ahead of time, in fact. And honestly, this can only happen with immense amount of preparation and homework that has gone into it. And we often bring up this point that the largest financiers and owners of the school education sector plan is the government, but that also reflects in forums like these when the effort is disproportionately taken up by the government. 90% of this work was yours, and perhaps 10%, if not less, was ours. And yet, the forum that you give us to participate is 50-50. So that is something that we cannot take for granted. At least for all the countries that FCDO is engaged in, I think Nepal is the only place where a joint review mission of this sort of 50-50 partnership happens, despite the ratio of funding versus the government's own financing. And so we have a lot of best practices that we can take from the government of Nepal, even as individual agencies. One of them being that under the leadership of respected DG sir and also Shiva sir, to allow the experts to present the data and speak for themselves. So this diversification of voices that we get to hear, that is incredible. That is something that we can all take back to our agencies and learn from. And then the other thing is this live broadcasting of this forum today. I think very few of us can say that we have the same level of openness and accountability. So that is something that we can all learn from. And as focal and co-focal this year, I hope I can say this on behalf of the two of us. This is something that we try to channel because this is what we see in the government leadership, right? There is no funneling of information. We all sit together and we discuss things. So hopefully we can channel that into our own sort of representation as focal and co-focal so far and for the rest of the year. So this is something that we learn from you. And lastly, I would just like to say that thank you for allowing us to demonstrate this true partnership where we can share both success and challenges alike, because it's a shared responsibility. So thank you for allowing us this space for that. Thanks.
Thank you, Shivanji. Thank you. Thank you for your nice words to us, and also the very, important remarks at this point of our discussion. And now I'd like to request Anukji for her, again, wrap-up remarks. Okay.
Thank you, Shiva sir. I tried to escape, but I didn't manage. No, what to add to Shivani's beautiful words, right? Again, a big thank you. A big thank you to government colleagues. A big thank you to TP colleagues. Big thank you also to the voices of civil society that were raised and heard. A long day, a lot of information, a lot to digest, but I think it's as Shivani said, the fact that you are so open and transparent and allow us also to question the data that you give to us is quite special. So I'm sure that in the coming days we will have continued discussions. We will also continue to analyze the data that you provided to us. So we will come back with more questions. But I would say that today was a big success. I think the expectations for the coming days is very high. But no, once again, I think it gets better every year. So let's continue doing that, but also let's continue improving the services that are delivered to children in schools so that we can also say for that they get better every year. Thank you.
Thank you, Anukji. Oh, it is just 4 o'clock. So timely, no? Okay, so I may take a couple of more minutes to conclude today's discussion. Once again, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, now we are at the end of today's session. I would like to say quite a few things before I wrap up and close this session officially. First of all, I would like to acknowledge the presence and participation of colleagues from provinces, local level, and EDCUs. I'm sure you have taken note of concerns and reflections from today's discussion, and you please be prepared with a very brief note for tomorrow's discussion. We'll give you, space to, put up your sharing in the meeting, right? So you will have, a couple of minutes to talk so that your reflection, your knowledge, and your experience also will be brought to the discussion and to the knowledge of entire participants. So for that purpose, you please be prepared with that preparation, right? And number two, the refund issue, yes, Anamika and colleagues, you have raised this issue over the past couple of months. I have also been very much familiar with this, and we have sorted out, one level of, refund a couple of months ago, and now this is another new pile-up of backlog. So this is also something that we have to be very serious with. And I think the ministry together with CHRD will work further on it, and we'll also discuss with colleagues from Ministry of Finance so that how shortly we can sort it out. We'll definitely look at the ways how we can go about. And I think it needs a separate discussion within the relevant colleagues, right? So we'll definitely arrange that meeting, and you colleagues, DP colleagues also can remind us to have that special meeting to discuss on this. And then another point, EMIS verification came up in the floor. Probably during the midterm review mission also it was partly touched upon while discussion in the floor, and probably we might have covered in the presentation also, in some of our presentations as well. So probably the EMIS verification, the idea of EMIS verification might have come up on a premise which might have been changed now. The EMIS system has been well upgraded and updated along with the course of time. And now I consulted with CHRD colleagues, the EMIS colleagues as well. So based on the conversation with them and also based on my experience, EMIS verification is something that we have to relook and rethink about how can we develop the scheme of verification, because we do have experience of EMIS verification in the past. We do have different sort of impressions and criticisms in this particular action. So I think we have to be a little bit sensitive to this issue, and we do discuss on this. And if there is any kind of allocation already earmarked, then we can further discuss, and we can also alternatively plan for any other potential activities to utilize the fund that we have available with this particular activity. Janardhan sir rightly raised and provided a suggestion to find a kind of ways and create a kind of system so that we can tie budget with the local education planning practice, since we do have long experience of implementing SIP in schools. So until the budget was tied up with SIP practice, it didn't become effective in the past. So we have to take the lessons from that practice as well, and at the same time, this is a little bit different from the SIP practice, since SIP was product of school, one individual school, and now this local educational plan is product of local government. So local government can definitely be very much innovative and flexible in terms of finding resources to implement the activities under LEP. But still, as Janardhan sir said, I am also pretty in favor of your argument. I think have to have a very serious discussion on this, and how can we connect the budgeting system with LEP practice so that we can sustain this practice, and also we can give an impression to the stakeholder that the plan, once we prepare, will be implemented with adequate or reasonable amount of budget allocation by the respective government. At least that impression has to be given to the plan. Otherwise, we will have, we will not be in a good shape in terms of continuing this practice in future. Then another point was about reporting system. Physical reporting system from the local government. We have colleagues from local government. I think we can have a little bit intensive discussion with them, and if there is any space, and also finance colleagues, we do have system software for reporting financial reports and data, expenditure, data of expenditure, and accordingly, if we adjust the reporting of physical progress also into that system, we can also work with probably FCGO and any relevant agencies, right? So local government colleagues also might be in a position to provide us appropriate suggestion, and the finance expert team and the finance colleagues from the ministry and CHRD, you please work on this and find a kind of pragmatic solution so that we will have at the end of the day, or in a very short period of time, a kind of very functional system of getting data, the reports circulated by or reported by the local government and provincial government. In the meantime, now I think we can utilize this forum to discuss on a mechanism that will allow us to collect, compile the annual allocation to annual budget allocation to education made by each of 753 palikas, right? So if we are able to collect the information about budget allocated to education in each of all palikas, right? So I think that will become very good information for us. And as I said in the earlier meeting, that can be utilized for different purposes. So at least this mission, ADMIMOIR team, colleagues, Mahendraji, please take a note of this point, and we should have one very kind of, strong agreed action in the ADMIMOIR, so that we should initiate kind of, process very immediately, so that we will have the mechanism, and maybe by the next mission, BRM, we will be in a position to, report a kind of collective information compiled from all palikas with regard to budget allocation to education. And the another point was out of school children. Yes, of course, now in a due course of time, we have been talking about out of school children. But probably we also might have to consider the magnitude of this business. Now, at this point of time, what we have, the data available with us based on our reporting system is altogether, if you count the out-of-school children and if you count the population beyond NER population, NER, I mean, result, we will have altogether around 4% of basic level school age children's population, right? So 4% of that population accounts 96,000. So now what is reported is we have 96,000 children who are out of school with regard to basic education, basic schooling, 96,000, right? And this is again data. This is not the individual profile of out of school children. So if we go in detail with compiling and preparing profile of those individual children who are out of school at the moment, and this number again will go down, drop down to certain population, right? So this is also shown already in our previous research under different projects, right? So now I think we have to focus our attention on how can we place our effort to prepare a profile, individual profile of out of school children population, which is 96,000 in Nepal, right? And once we have the profile of those out of school children, we will definitely be able to say that those children and that population will be clustered in different categories, right? And we can, I mean, make the ways, how can we, I mean, capture those, the different categories with diversified interventions. It is not that we'll have one fits all approach to, I mean, address those all 96,000 children and bring them in the school system. No, it is not possible. It is perfectly not possible. It is for sure, because they are left behind because of so many genuine reasons, right? In that case, we have already, I mean, provisioned quite a few, I mean, budget activities as well in the provincial, I mean, local government budget sheet as well, and also provincial budget book also. So probably we can make use of that resources to work into this from the local level and the provincial level, and we from the federal level, CHRD might look into this with regard to preparing a kind of guideline and providing them technical backstopping, so that in a couple of months' time, we will fairly be able to prepare a profile, maybe through the LEP exercise and through different mechanism as well. And we can also make use of resources and also the system which is already underway through non-government organizations initiative as well in different districts. So this is what I would like to, I mean, propose the idea in this forum. And now finally, the school mapping kind of stuff. Yes, Janardhan sir, he has raised the issue, and colleagues from different, I mean, agencies also have raised this issue over the past many months. We have disclosed an information to the public that 15,000 plus, or 56% of total community schools are having less than 100 students, right? This is the size of student being hosted in the schools. The proportion is 55%, meaning we have many or majority small schools coming up. We are increasing the number of small schools in the country. So in this case, we have to have very clear-cut and robust kind of system to address that issue. Whether we keep those small schools as it is at the moment, or we will have alternative system to address that. In terms of utilizing resources, in terms of reallocating resources, in terms of utilizing that school building or school facilities for concentrating the resources into the selected and needy schools, so that we can put more money to the quality enhancement and the activities like that. So for that purpose, this year we have a program approved, which is conducting a massive research on school restructuring. So that restructuring research will capture the restructuring of entire school functioning system. It is not only the question of small schools, also the question of reallocation of teacher position, also the question of school merging, question of school closing, and also the question of remodeling of school management. We do have different categories of schools, so we have to have a very practical management system to run these schools for the next years as well. So I think the school management model that we adopted in the past definitely need kind of attention to be revised and to be upgraded and to be modified, right? So in that case, we do have a program on school restructuring, and that is a kind of research. And once we have the research and have the finding in place, we have a program at the ministry to prepare a roadmap on school education system. So those interrelated activities will go side by side, and we'll have a kind of very strong documentation by the end of this year with regard to school restructuring. And that should provide us the clear answer to any questions with regard to school management system, including teacher management system. So those were the couple of concerns that I would like to share with you. Now with this, I am going to, if there is anything, if there is left anything to to tell or to share with our colleagues here on the part of my side, then I will definitely do. Otherwise, I am going to close this session. Thank you very much again for your contribution, for your support, and for your patience. Thank you very much. Now, Rameshji, I think he will have some further announcements to us. So let's pay attention to him. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very quick reminder, let's say. So tomorrow, as the DG staff from CHRD has already shared, we'll go a bit regional from this crowded city, CHRD at 8:30. We have a coffee and we start the session at 9. And also remind the delegates from the local government, provincial government, and EDCU also to get ready with some of the sharings for tomorrow's session. And on behalf of the Aid Memoir team lead, I'd like to inform you, the Aid Memoir team members, that the template outline will be available online, and you'll get a link in your email. Let's get started providing our inputs in that, and so that we can get a kind of a draft version by the end of the discussion. So I hope this is the announcement I'd like to remind. Thank you, sir.